time for briefing. So we want to apologize for keeping you long. We had to brief before we come to this meeting. So let me take this opportunity to officially open this public hearing and want to greet and acknowledge the Honorable MEC, May Mabongolero Ramakanya, and your HOD, acting HOD Mr. Mashawa, and your entourage. We also want to acknowledge the chairperson of the portfolio, May Ngagareng Rapale, members of the committee, honorable members, representative from Auditor General and representative from the Office of the Treasury, the legislature staff, and all who are watching from different media platforms. Good morning. Good morning. And you are welcome to this important accounting session, which is open to the public. The department that is appearing today is the Department of Education. MEC, we want to take this opportunity to congratulate you and your team for achieving 85.01% in terms of 2024 academic year. It is really an improvement, and we appreciate the collective efforts for each and every component of your department to ensure that we, as a province, we improve. We also want to congratulate the learners and forever hardworking teachers and the principals and supportive parents and other stakeholders that make sure that these results are achieved, and that are also committed that we as the province produce quality results in an effort to have quality education for our poor people. So we really congratulate you. We also want to thank the MEC for honoring the invitation. As we invited you, you honored the invitation. Scopa provides an oversight role by strengthening the accountability, transparency, and integrity of the government and public entities. Scopa derives its mandate from Section 114(2)(a) and (b) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 106. The Act stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide for the mechanism to ensure that all organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and to play an oversight over the state institutions. It is for this reason that we are all here today, to account to the people of Limpopo on how we have spent the public funds. Scopa is also having a responsibility to track the House resolutions and monitor their implementation, because it's very critical that all those resolutions are implemented and they are laid to rest, so that we know that there is progress in terms of what we agree on in our different committees and even in the House. All this can be achieved through the performance planning, monitoring, and evaluation, which is very critical, and they are critical elements for the building of a capable state. This can further be achieved through strengthening the internal control of the department, and where there are deviations, consequence management should be instituted. There's still a challenge of compliance by our officials, MEC. And we take non-compliance as deliberate and unforgivable because there are clear rules, there are clear regulations that stipulates what you should do. So if you deviate from that, we take as deliberate. And we are saying balancing the credits and the debits alone is not sufficient to say we are doing well. We also want to see compliance. We also want to see service delivered to the people. We want to see infrastructure improving. We want to see all the other aspects that ensure that we will, at one stage, reach 100% and quality being in place. Today we're going to receive the report from 2022, 2023, and 2023 and 2024 financial years. So we hope that your team is ready. But before we even continue, we want to check with you, MEC, and the HOD, if you are aware of these big files that you are having. Do you know of these files that we are having? Because we might have been given files and we are not even aware of the contents and what they are. So we just wanted to confirm you if you are aware of the documents.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And then we will proceed, understanding that we are on the same path and having the same document. The other thing that I want to mention is that we've got an introduction, the item on introduction, but we appreciate that during the session, when we speak, every time you speak, you must introduce yourself. Even if you're going to speak 15 times, it means you are going to say your name 15 times. The other time somebody, when introducing himself, he spoke about 5 names. By the time of the session, he was only talking about the same name. So, so you are going to repeat your name over and over again. But this is just for recording, so that people who are listening to us must not assume that is the chairperson who is talking or any other person, but they must know who is responding or who is asking a question or making an input. We are going to take this approach that will allow members to ask questions as they were presented to you, and you gave responses, but we are going to ask those questions again, and you are going to give us those responses that you gave us. So that it's not only us who are privileged about the responses, but even the public also know how we have dealt with some issues. And then members will be given chance to make follow-up questions if they have follow-up questions. And then we will also answer those or respond to those follow-up questions so that we get out of this house clarified. So without any waste of time, I've already welcomed you to this important session. We will just go straight to the introductions. And we'll start with the members of the public accounts. I'll start with myself. I'm Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa. And we can just move this.
Oh, greetings, Chairperson, and greetings to the MEC and the staff. My name is Thabo Mabocha, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thanks.
Macheto Pace, a member of Standing Committee on Scopa.
Morning. My name is Honorable Nembu Muruni Tamiriri Colbert, a member of Scopa.
Without temptation by Honorable Nembu of Honorable Amgakarin Rafali, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on the Department of Education. Thank you.
Morning, MEC, everybody in the house. I
Audit, Maila, member of Scopa.
Morning, Chairperson once more and our MEC and House of Collective. My name is Asnat Majuman. I'm a member of Scopa.
Good morning again, Honorable Chairperson and my colleagues. Let me also greet Honorable MEC and Team Education. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I'm the member of this committee. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members. Can we allow the legislature staff to introduce themselves?
Thank you very much. My name is William Kari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Muthala from the Legal Services Unit in Corporate Legislation.
Good morning. My name is Justina Mahash. I'm the Committee for the Portfolio Communication.
Good morning. My name is Dr. James Matuan. I'm the senior researcher of the EFF in the legislature. Senior researcher in the Office of the Chief.
Good morning. My name is Nomonde Gase. I'm the junior researcher at the ANC office.
Sorry, if you can just stand up, those who are behind because you are not visible, you can just stand up so that you can be captured. We can see you.
Senior researcher office in Chief
Good morning again. My name is Nomonde Gase. I'm a researcher at the ANC office. I'm responsible for social development.
Good morning. My name is Pudi Lehanyane. I'm attached to the Office of the Chief Whip.
Greetings everyone. My name is Kago Marikawa, ANC Researcher.
Good morning. My name is Mike Maringa, Director Corps.
Morning, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues. Saul More, Communication Services in the Legislature.
Good morning, everyone. Mutumele Mleje Elizabeth, the researcher for Scopa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Buddha Razimwana, attached to committees.
Good morning, everyone. Carol Zubana, Communication Services.
Yeah, thank you very much. We were still introducing the staff members. We'll come to education. Are we all introduced? Okay, thank you. The Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning, everyone. Gerard Arendal from the IGSA.
Good morning, everyone. Mohammed Butu, AGSA.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of MEC. My name is Khalid Kibia from the Audit Team.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Chapel.
From Treasury.
Good morning. My name is Kosha Simon, Commissioner Accountant General.
Thank you. MSC.
Good morning, Matironi Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Chair of the Scopa, Honorable Esther Mkwili, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members of the Scopa Committee, Office of the Auditor General, the Treasury, and also the team administration being led by Mr. Mukare, the committee coordinator. My name is Mabungo Leruli Ramakanya, the MEC for the Department of Education. I am with the team that is being led by the HOD. I can see the throat has started to be itchy. I'm not sure if he's afraid of the questions, but the throat has started to be itchy because he's trying to clear the throat. HOD, the questions have not started. Relax. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I'm going to request the acting HOD, Mr. Mashava, to introduce team education. Over to you.
Thank you, MEC. The throat will clear. No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and to the members. My name is Martin Mashaba. I'm the acting head of department of the Department of Education, and if you please, I'll ask the members that have come with me to introduce themselves so that others may not speak in the meeting, at least you hear their voices just once. I'll ask them to do that.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Honorable MEC. My name is Yvonne Matavata, the CFO, Department of Education.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Flong. I'm acting DDG responsible for all districts and all schools.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Moses Simelani. I'm the acting DDG for curriculum in education.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Naftali Mlope. I'm acting DDG responsible for corporate management.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members. My name is Isaac Malaji. I'm the Chief Director responsible for physical resources.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Nomvula Ndebele, the Office of the HOD. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable members. My name is Scopa.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Matume Jawazwana, Media Liaison Officer in the Office of the MEC.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members of the Cultural Legislature. My name is Isaac Matlangu. I'm the Community and Legislature Support Officer in the Office of the MEC. Thank you.
Good morning once again. My name is Mike Maringa, Director, Cox, Department of Education.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we know each other now. We can proceed with our program, but before that, let's check if there are apologies from our side. Committee members, we've got two apologies. We've got an apology from Honorable Scopa. She indicated that she will arrive late. And then apology from Honorable Mabungu. These are the only two apologies that we have. And also apology from Honorable Smile that at a particular stage after 12 or so, he will have to go and collect a car. Then we'll come back. Thank you very much. Are there apologies from your MEC?
Thank you, Chairperson. No. Now, in the absence of the apologies, then we'll note this from the ones that are presented from honorable members. And we move to item number 4, which is questions and responses. Let me see, I heard that before I make you to account,
I must also account on why did I leave the system before I get 100%. So that message, but what I wanted to say, I left the system when the school is performing very well and is increasing every day. I left it when it has performed 88.9% and it has increased by over 4% from the previous achievement. So it's even above the average of the province and the national. So I thought I should just account. Yeah, so thank you. The questions are going to be like this. We have got about 6 questions for each financial year, because most of them are the same in both financial years. We are going to, for example, question 1, we are going to ask question 1 for both 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. In most cases, the responses are the same. I'm going to allow each member to ask a question, like I've indicated, you answer, and then we make follow-ups. So, but I want also to register my disappointment. You know, when we have worked for a department and you trust it so much, you have high expectations, and I must indicate that I was a little bit disappointed. And not a little bit, but just disappointed. Because when you're coming to question 1, unless you assist us as we are going to answer that question, to put it very clear, but your responses could not talk for themselves. If you have a document and you prepare, you want that document to talk. Not instead of being clarified, you also have questions. The resolutions, most of them are not clearly indicated. Okay, it's resolution 1 because of the document that you have included maybe 2 days ago of the consolidated resolutions. Otherwise, you're just giving us the stats in terms of 70% has been resolved, 30 not resolved. Now, after intervention, you at least gave us a summary of the resolution. But I think those resolutions, the way they are captured, is not assisting us. That's why I'm saying maybe you will assist us as you're going to present, because it's just document. It does not have the details of the recommendation and the action taken, and how far are you in terms of that particular action. Most of the responses is just there is an action plan, strategic plan, and I don't think it's accounting. To account will be saying on this resolution we have done 1, 2, 3, we have been taken to court, we are still waiting for court ruling. On this one we have done so, we have made an investigation. The investigation report is this one. We are at the stage where we have to implement this stage. That was our expectation. But your report is not silent. So we will just rely on you. Maybe you'll unpack it in a way that we understand. Personally, it was very difficult for me to get anything out of the resolution. And I can't confidently say now there is progress in terms of resolution from the Department of Education, because I do believe that report is not speaking. So I'm just mentioning it so that as well when you're going to ask questions, you must really assist us. And if we feel that you are not assisted, we will even request that you go and do it and resubmit again. So, colleagues, are you ready to start with the question? Honorable Smal.
Thank you, Chairperson. Question 1 deals with the resolution status and statement of the audit outcome. I will read both the 2 financial years as indicated to you. Provide the committee with this is for the financial years 2013-14 to 2022-23. Provide committee with the status of the implementation of House resolutions. That was A. B. Why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all of these years? C. Why is the Department of Education stagnant in the performance of the audit outcomes? And for the following year, Chairperson, I actually did them wrong way around now. Is provide the committee with the status of the implementing of the House rules. And B. Why did the member of the Executive Council fail to implement all the House resolutions? C. Why did the department was stagnant in the audit outcomes? D. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the stagnant of all of these outcomes? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. MSC, your response?
Good morning. My name is Mavungulu Ramakanya, MSc for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you so much, Chair. I think as we of Department of Education, I'm reading the things here. Maybe I want to move. These things are just so much. Department of Education, Chair, let me start by appreciating the comments that have been given by the chairperson, the appreciation towards the team education for the work and the results, and we understand, Chair, when the Chair was still on the other side and we were grilling all the educators for production. Now you come and see that the people that are grilling you for production, they are far from production themselves. It's such a wake-up call for all of us, but we are, as team education, Chair, privy and also ourselves disappointed in the movement of the unresolved Scopa resolutions. So I'm going to request your indulgence as I request the HOD to lead in the response of the questions as alluded by Honorable Small. Over to you, Acting HOD.
Thank you, Lucy. Good morning. My name is Martin Mashava. I'm the Acting Head of Department for the Department of Education. With regards to question 1 on both files, I will also combine them. The first one on the file number 1, that is for 2022-23, it indicates the 10-year audit outcomes up to 2023, but the one on file number 2, it indicates the audit outcome up to 2024. So if I look at the second file, you will see that as indicated there, the department had a disclaimer in the first 2 years of that 10-year period, but after that it had been qualified. It received a qualified audit opinion. And if you please, Chairperson, I will then look at the responses that are on the second file. They are covering the information that is on the first file. Where there is something missing, I will indicate. But if we go to the second file on question 1, it indicates that in 2014-15, there were 11 resolutions and 9 were resolved, 2 were unresolved.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Thabo Mahota, member of Scopa. Chair, we are unable to follow because it keeps referring to the second file. So we don't know first file 22-23, or second file 23-24, or vice versa. So at least we can just be specific on which file is referring to.
Yeah, maybe if we can just refer to the financial years, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Martin Mashava, Acting Head of Department of Education. My apology for that. When I was referring to the first file, I was referring to the year ended 2023, March 2023, and the second file is the year ended 2024, but I will stick to the financial years. So I was saying that because the first question is more or less the same in both years, what I'm responding to on the year ended 2024 is the same as what is on 2021. So I will read the one on the file for 2024. Now on page 2, where we are starting with our responses, we are indicating there that for the year 14-15 we had 11 resolutions, 9 were resolved and 2 were unresolved, and the areas that were unresolved, as you will see for the first, for 14-15 and 15-16, it was irregular expenditure and investigations, and we will just elaborate a bit on that. And we are noting, Chairperson, that the information that we had put there as an annexure, we should have put them on the report here to give the details, but we will talk to it. So 15-16, we again had 11 resolutions that were given to us, 9 were resolved and 2 were unresolved. Again, it was the same as the previous financial year. That is the same as 14-15, it was irregular expenditure and investigations. 16-17, we had 13 resolutions, and 10 were resolved, 3 were not resolved, and it related to the first 2 years, the same thing, irregular expenditure and investigations that were not completed, and the section 101B investigation reports. And then for the year 17-18, we had 15 resolutions, 10 were resolved, and 5 were not resolved. And the 5 that were not resolved, they pertained to the fact that the department had been stagnant in its audit outcome, which means we were not moving out of the qualification. That was the first one. The second one, there were a number of key audit findings that were not resolved. Irregular expenditure was the other one that we still incurred irregular expenditure in that year, and there was still a challenge with achievement of planned targets and investigations which were not conducted. Then 2018-19, we had 9 resolutions, 3 were resolved and 6 were not resolved, and it was again the fact that the department was still stagnant in its audit outcome, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, exceptional litigation, and the achievement of planned targets and lifestyle audit. So in that year, that was when a resolution was taken that the department must conduct a lifestyle audit. So that was part of the resolution, but it could not be undertaken in that year. 1920, we had 12, and 2 were resolved, 10 were not resolved, and the reasons, again, it was the fact that the audit outcome was stagnant, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and capital commitments, basically referring mostly to infrastructure, disclosures, exceptional litigation, achievement of planned targets, financial statements, performance and annual reporting. Basically, it was saying that the financial statements, the performance report and the annual report were not prepared as per the prescripts, and then internal control deficiencies, and then remunerative work out of public service, which was now coming for the first time in 1920. 2021, we had 11, 2 were resolved, 9 were not resolved, and again, it was the fact that the audit outcome was stagnant, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, capital commitments, litigation, underspending of conditional grants, achievement of planned targets, financial statements, and annual report and investigation. So the reasons are still the same as for the previous years. 21-22, we had 9 findings. None of them were resolved, and those related to irregular expenditure, underspending of conditional grants, capital commitments, achievement of planned targets, financial statements and annual reports, and material irregularity. So that was the first time when we had this finding on the material irregularity for pertaining to SARS, which we will talk to a bit later. And as members would recall, Department of Education was one of the departments where this exercise was piloted in the province. If I'm not mistaken, I think we were the first one. I'm not sure which other department it was. So that is why you see that in the previous years, we didn't have any finding pertaining to the material irregularity. So as I said, Chairperson and members, that first question for which I was responding, reading from the 2024 financial year, the response are the same as in the ones that we have given on the file for 2023. So it's covering the same thing. So I don't think I need to repeat that. Then the second question, reading from the 2023 file, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? Now, we are saying there that due to incomplete determination or investigations of our unwanted expenditures, Treasury is unable to resolve the resolutions. Progress made on the implementation of resolutions relating to 2017-18, 21-22 have been submitted to Treasury to determine the implementation. The analysis report is yet to be received back, and then we have attached, see attached, proof of submission to Treasury, which is on page 32. So if we go to page 32, it's the submission that was made to Treasury. Just indicates that the electronic copy of progress on implementing Scopa resolutions was submitted to Treasury, and we were still awaiting their response. So that submission, or the proof of the submission, is on page 32, which indicates the flow of the emails. Now, the annex, Chairperson, that you said we should have included as part of our response is actually a copy of the submission that we made to Treasury. As you will see, it will indicate the details of the resolution, the action that the department was expected to take, and then it will indicate the status and the progress to date. So when they're under status, when it says, oh sorry, yeah. Oh yes, no, my apology. I think the MEC is just reminding me that where I'm reading from is the 2024 financial year. It's on, there it will say immediately after the questions, there is that attachment which says Annexure 1. That is the one that I am referring to, this one here. So what I was saying was that this is a copy of the electronic document that we submit to Treasury, and where we indicate what we have done to address the resolutions of Scopa. Treasury will then assess based on our submission, and will then indicate whether the matter, according to Treasury, is resolved or not resolved. Now, on this first one, on stagnation in audit outcomes, you will see that the action that the committee recommended that we need to take, it said there, this is the fourth column, it said there, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must develop a comprehensive plan to obtain a clean audit. Now, the plan was developed, submitted to Treasury, but the reason why it's not resolved is because the department still got a qualified audit opinion. So the assessment from Treasury was that if your action plan is working, the results will be that you get unqualified. And this is why it's saying not resolved. It doesn't mean that the plan was not developed. But as you can see under progress, it says there, the clean audit turnaround strategy has been developed and tested. The measures put in place are working. The department is still qualified, but all findings of the previous years are not repeated. So this was what we provided as a progress on that one. But as I indicated, Treasury said this will be cleared once we do not have a qualification. And Then if you go to the next resolution, by the way, the resolution that I was reading previously, that was for the year 2018-19. So how the document is structured is that the very first part, it will refer to the earliest year. So you will see that the responses that come from, it is numbered from page 1 up to page 2. It will indicate the years there that we are referring to. You will see that then on page 2 is talking about resolutions for 15, 16, and so on. It goes, yes. So on page 4 is resolutions for 16, 17, where we give the details, and therefore that is how I will read them. So for 15, 16, on page 2 of that document, same document, you will see that as we have indicated, we had 9 and 2 were not resolved. The ones that were not resolved are on page 3. The details of it are on page 3 of that document. So on page 3, it says it was, the first one was irregular expenditure. And the resolution had been that the committee had heard and considered evidence that the department procured goods and services amounting to that amount, and the committee further noted with concern that effective steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 38 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 911. Then the action that the department was supposed to take was that the committee recommends that the executive authority investigates all irregular expenditure incurred, and if losses were incurred as a result of non-compliance with applicable legislation, the lost part should be recovered and the remaining balance should be regularized. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the department develops and maintains a turnaround plan to address this anomaly and prevent it from recurring. So as at that time, that resolution was not resolved, and now we are giving the progress on why it was not resolved. We are saying there that the department cannot perform investigations as the documents relating to regular expenditure to be investigated were taken by SAPS during Section 100 administration. The department submitted to the provincial treasury all cases of irregular expenditure relating to 2010, 2011 up to 2015-16, where the documents were taken by the SIU and SAPS during the Section 100 administration. Progress report on investigations were submitted. Where submitted documents are available was presented to Scopa. The expenditure has been condoned by the LPT. I think this is the one that we will refer to later. There is an attachment of the letter that we have received from Treasury that refers to this, but we are talking about it a bit later on. Then the next one was investigation, and the details of that start on page 4 of that document. It says the committee has heard and considered evidence the department was placed under Section 101B of the Constitution. As a result, investigations are being conducted, among others, to probe the awarding of contracts. In terms of the supply chain management regulations, the investigations were still ongoing at the reporting date, and the action that the department was supposed to take, the department must forward a comprehensive report to Scopa on progress made on all the investigations. And again, that was not resolved, and the progress, the department cannot perform investigations as the documents relating to irregular expenditure to be investigated were taken by SAPS during Section 100 administration. The department submitted to the provincial treasury all cases of irregular expenditure relating to 2010-11 up to 15-16, where the documents were taken by SIU and SAPS during the Section 100 administration, requesting condonation. Progress report on investigations were submitted, where submitted documents are available, was presented to Scopa. So basically, the reason why this was not resolved was that we could not do the investigations as we did not have the documents. And for those of us who were in the department at the time, we know that an anomaly happened in that when the law enforcement agencies came, it was not only SAPS, we had SIU, they had Gogodo also working for them. They would just take the documents and they didn't allow us to make any copy, which was something that unfortunately has now caught up with us because we cannot provide proof of what happened then. But so that is what we are saying there on page 4. Then Scopa resolution 16 for 16-17, total number was 13, not resolved was 3. Then on page 5 of that document, we go to the details. The first one was irregular expenditure. Again, if you please, Chairperson, I don't want to read that paragraph, but basically the paragraph was extracting information from the audit report and it pasted it here. So the resolution that was taken, which is the action, the executive authority must conduct investigations into all allegations of financial misconduct committed by officials and take action which is commensurate with the offense committed against responsible officials. The committee recommends that Provincial Treasury must appoint forensic investigation to look into contractual terms between the department and Vula Trust, Independent Development Trust, that is IDT, and Development Bank of South Africa, which is DBSA. The matter was not resolved. The progress on this, I think what we are repeating, we have just repeated what we said there, that from the department side, the issue of the irregular expenditure, most of it, as you will see when we look at the report on section 100, irregular expenditure, it amounts to the bulk of that irregular expenditure. But then our progress report there is saying that the department cannot perform investigations as the documents relating to regular expenditure to be investigated were taken by SAPS during section 100 administration. So we are repeating the same reason that we have given previously. I think for the sake of time, Chairperson, can I skip or do you want me to, should I read?
Yeah, but I think you should emphasize that the irregular expenditure is kind of the matter, the supply chain management requirements were not followed, and the amount of 891 million. You've not emphasized that, but you just emphasize I think it's very critical that at least it can be captured that it is irregular expenditure, what action and the progress. The progress you have explained that because of the loss of documents and all those things, but people might not have captured the first part of it. Yeah, but we can continue. We can continue. And let's allow that this document is very big. That is why I was worried to say, if you have summarized this, we're going to talk to all this resolution in 1 hour. But this one, I'm not sure what approach can we take. Should we allow the HOD just to continue and read the whole document, or just summarize, just indicating the most important aspects? Because reading is impractical, that can go through this document is too big.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, I think that we have all perused the documents. We have read and we have been briefed by our researchers as well as the AG and the Provincial Treasury. We have asked questions where we were not clarified. So as the HOD is reading again, for the sake of time, we're going to end up leaving here very late. So I think that the HOD can just summarize where he deems fit. We have got questions that we have prepared already. Therefore, when he's done, we'll then, if he has not clarified where we are swimming in a pool of confusion, we'll then ask those questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Just summarize.
No, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department of Education. indeed, we take the advice. I will not go through the whole document except to indicate that, as I said a bit earlier on, the report on Scopa is attached. It's on page 30. That is a report. I won't read it, but it just indicates what the issues were and the recommendations that were made. Now, the matter that I was talking to about us submitting a report to Treasury and for them to consider, part of it had to deal with the issue of the regularization or condonement of irregular expenditure. And I think we are still going to come to that, Chairperson, so I wouldn't want to go into the details of it, but except to say that the Treasury has given us a response to our submission, and in particular on page 112, you will see that on page 112, we give the details of all the irregular expenditure. By the way, when I'm saying 112, I mean the file for 2024. The file for 2024, the year ending March 2024. Page 113 of that file, you will see that we have detailed all the irregular expenditure that pertain to section 100, and when we submit to Treasury, these are the matters that we are talking about to them. And yes, no, I think for now, Chairperson, if you don't mind, I want to go to the responses on section on question C, and then if there's something that I've left out from both files, I'll then cover it at the end. But I just want to go through those questions. Now, on the 2023 file, the March 2023 file, on page 5, the question was, why is the Department of Education speaking? However, the department is still qualified, but all findings of the previous years are not repeated, and the action plan has been put in place, resulted in the reduction of matters of qualification from 12 to 1. So on the performance information, what we are saying is that the main reason was that the MODs did not agree with what was reported actual performance, and when we analyzed it, we found that had our monitoring and verification processes worked well, which is done within the Chief Directorate of Strategic Planning, these matters could have been picked up because they were only picked up later on when the audit was conducted. So that was number C on the 2023 file. Now going to the 2024 file, number C thereof on page 3, it says there on page 4, why is the department, number B. Number B is why did the member of the Executive Council fail to implement all the House resolutions? We are saying there is the same reason that we provided under the 2023, that there were still investigations of unwanted expenditures that still had to be made and that were still underway, and that the progress for the implementation of the other financial years 2017 to 2022 were submitted to Treasury to determine the implementation, and as at the time when we did the file, the report had not as yet been, or the analysis from Treasury had not as yet been received. And we then go to number C, why is the department stagnant in audit outcomes? And the response we are giving there is basically looking at the final year, which is the 2024 financial year, because as we indicated previously, for all the other years we used to have a lot of findings, but in 2024 the reason why we could not get an unqualified is what we are giving here. So we are saying the reason why we are still stagnant is that, now this is the response we have written there, This was due to incorrect identification of root causes for the matters that led to the qualification audit opinions. This has since been identified and addressed, thus resulting in the process for the qualification not repeating. This is evidenced by the reason for the qualification during the period under review being due to a technical error arising from the capturing of infrastructure project numbers on the work in progress. I do not want to go into the details on that one, the very last sentence, because we still have information further on. But the main thing that we are saying here is that when we were looking at the reasons why our action plan was not working, and I think that was also with the advice from Treasury, the root cause analysis was not correct. So which means we would implement the action plan, but would not resolve the problem because we were not able to properly identify why exactly did that happen. And we have engaged with Treasury, they have held workshops with us, and we think that workshop is bearing fruit. Number D, what measures on the 2024 file? What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this stagnant in the audit outcomes? And then the response, the department developed a clean audit turnaround strategy to ensure an improved audit outcome, and the measures put in place are working. Action plans put in place resulted in the reduction of matters of qualification, reducing from 12 to 1 in 23-24, and the department is currently migrating its infrastructure management and reporting system from the current manual system to an electronic system. I think that just to clarify a bit here, even though I was saying we are going to talk a bit later on, the reason why we had a problem which led to our qualification with our infrastructure disclosure was that the infrastructure asset register is kept on Excel. Now, Excel, unfortunately, if you make a mistake, it's not able to tell you that you have duplicated a number unless somebody definitely knows that this is how I will go and check whether a number is duplicated. So unfortunately, because of that, because of this technicality around Excel, as you will see when we report a bit later on, the amount for work in progress and completed projects were misstated because of the manual movement of assets when we were reporting. Basically, what was supposed to happen was that we manually went into Excel and said, these projects are completed, put in a formula so that the formula can remove those assets from work in progress to completed projects. And then we discovered that there was a problem with the data that was put in there, and the formula then just did what you wanted it to do. So the only resolution to this is that we are now moving from Excel. We are going to be using the infrastructure reporting system that is used nationally to report on infrastructure. So at least that one, it's a stable system which cannot be manipulated. I think I've covered question 1, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are there other questions on question 1? Honorable Matlodi Mantata Mahasela, followed by, in that order, from that direction.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I've got some questions here concerning this one of resolution status and statement in the audit outcomes. So, concerning house resolutions that are not fully responded, I would like to maybe talk to the department that they must try to respond fully to the questions that are asked by us as the committee, so that we can have that understanding. Because if they respond and then the questions are not fully responded, so they give us some challenges. So next time, try to respond to the questions fully. The question that I have, another one, is that the department failed its question 1B on question 1B. The department failed to implement all house resolutions for all the years. Those years are starting from 2017 to 2018, and then let's say 2017, 2018, and to 2021 and 2022. So the department responded by saying they're still waiting for a response from the Treasury. So my question is, I want to know how far is the Treasury with the investigation that they're doing concerning that question number B. And the other thing is about the stagnant, staying, you know, there concerning audit opinion. You can't stay there for 10 years or 20 years. 10 years staying on the same bench, even if it's hot, even if it's raining, and then you are there. So you feel comfortable to be there. And there are resolutions that you don't even do anything about them. Instead, maybe you will respond to other resolutions or the findings, and then you find that during the following year, other findings are done. So instead of improving, you find that you are adding other findings which are found by the AG. So I think we need to maybe do something about that. Please, you can't be there for so many years. We want you to improve. We want you to step from where you are to another level. Then you will see that you are working. Of course, as the department, you are improving, but we want you to be out of where you are. Then we will see that the department is doing something better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's next? Honorable Nampumuluni.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nampumuluni Tabeleni Colbert, the member of Scopa. Yes, I just want to know the acting HOD. You indicated that the department is currently migrating its infrastructure management and reporting system from the current manual system to an electronic one. Then my question is, has the migration process already started? And if yes, when and how far is the process? The other one is on C. So I don't understand for many years, MEC, that the department incorrectly identified the root causes of the matters that led to the qualification of the audit opinions. Like my colleague Marcella indicated that for all these years, it's not only one financial year, it's a multiple financial year that a person who is working from Monday to Friday and all those years may be sent to other workshops and seminars and other qualifications, but still incorrectly identify a root cause. And I don't understand that. It's unfair to the people of Limpopo. It's unfair to everybody.
But I just want to know that since you identified the correct causes now, you want to tell us that for these 10 years now, with the stagnant in the audit outcome, now we are going to have a speed moving department because you correctly identify the right causes. And lastly, I'm concerned about this investigations. I just want to know whether the MSC have tried to meet all those institutions which are conducting the investigations. I don't think the investigation can just last for a period until disaster comes back. So I just want to know whether there is any attempt to meet those institutions to speed those investigations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And remember, honorable members, let's address the MEC.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, member of Standing Committee, Scopa. There are a few things that one has to raise on question one. One relates to stagnation in audit outcomes. Because for this period, the department does not indicate consequence management. It does not tell us what is it that it has done in order to make an improvement. And if it has taken this long, what is the implication of that standing on the part of the department and government in general? Because we here to serve and serve the people. But of course, on another issue which is more worrying is also on the unresolved matters. As much as we appreciate your eloquence in terms of how you then respond to questions, but there's an issue of unresolved matters. And these matters are moving from 2014 and all of that, and it is not as clear as to what is it that we have done to ensure that we are able to move and deal with those issues in a manner that is sufficient. Let me just conclude by saying that prescription of the correct cue depends on a vigorous analysis of the reality. And my take is that the analysis of the reports and what is happening in that department, if we are not properly given that information which is true, which is real, we may not be able to deal with the problem that is there. Because we can't convince anybody that will take 10 years or more on one aspect. While we've got all of you are highly academic in your field of study, but you can't identify with basic things that needed to be corrected and we are able to correct and be able to move forward as a department. Because that on its own then undermines the integrity of what we are doing as a department. So I'm saying I regard this as a very important cohort of the department which must be able to deal with the matters and be able to respond sharply on matters that are there. But without going further on those issues, I think you should be able to relate to us what is it that might have caused these things, because we believe in you and we think that you could be able to do better. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mabucha.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I will start on the stagnation of the department in terms of its audit outcomes. Because key to our mandate as this committee is that we want to see an ideal situation whereby all the departments are getting clean audit, and then we don't have these big files trying to explain to us why couldn't you get clean audit. But remember, the stagnation of audit outcomes is associated with financial mismanagement, lack of accountability. Therefore, that then deals with the public confidence. It erodes the confidence of our electorates. Or it seems like there's corruption happening there, whereas that might not even be the case. Therefore, we are saying to you, MEC, please, there are many issues that can be resolved. Finalize your investigation reports. We want you to be at a level whereby you can get a clean audit. But then we want to check with you, MEC, that can you please explain the current interim audit? And then the other issue that I want to deal with, Chairperson, is that from what we've read in the reports and from what has been presented and from what we are observing, is that there seems to be like there are a lot of actors within the executive management of the department. And that is one of the issues that will not assist the department in terms of improving its audit outcomes. Therefore, we're making a humble plea, Chair, that in the next city of Scopa, when we are to meet the department in the next financial year, the department needs to decisively and vigorously deal with the issue of actors within that level of senior management, as well as going down. But one thing that we have equally realized is that there are gaps in your HR as well as your financial departments. There is equally the issue of missing documents. We understand the issue of Section 100. But this is something that can still raise its ugly head, even in the current administration, Chair. So we understand the department is trying to come up with a digital system, but the speedy implementation of that digital system is going to assist the department quite extensively. And then in the report, Chair, there is mentioning of litigations, but there's no proper mentioning as to what extent and to what extent does those litigation include. Maybe if the department can at least try to add some flesh to the bone, then maybe we can be at peace. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Smart.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair and MEC and your and the Department of Education. My thinking is that in various reports the concerns are highlighted, and I can take you to page 40, 41, 42 or 44 of the analysis report of Section 100 report that talks to the weaknesses within the Department of Education without going into too much detail, MEC, that are there. And on the one side, we want to have a clean audit and we stagnate, but we fix one thing, and then you say, but we've cleared everything that we've fixed, but next time around we're dealing with new matters. And I want to put your head on the block, HOD, that we are going to MEC, that we are going to sit with other issues that are going to creep out coming up, because there are other qualified issues that are coming up, because you are, the focus is just on the one or the two current financial years or the others. It's not on everything. So my question would be, linking to some of the previous speakers, are you ready for the AG when they come? Are you ready to deal with some of those possible misstatements of prior years that are there? The ones that have been identified, that has been dealt with, that might come back again, if that makes sense in that logic. Your biggest weak point is probably how you deal with infrastructure and how you write off some of the infrastructure issues. On one of the issues, we are saying that we've got to do away with pit latrines to make sure that our learners are safe and to minimize that risk. But we don't demolish those things. And then there's a communication gap between either the principal, the circuit, or the provincial office, or the district, and then the provincial office. The line of communication is not quick. It's not efficient enough. So, is there a circular? So my question would be, is there an official circular, not towards the people that are building the new sanitation blocks? Is there an official circular to the principals stating, please make sure that that there's some sort of demolishment taking place of old infrastructure, and please report back onto your system. I don't know if your new reporting system actually takes place into that. Honourable MC, is there a norms and standards, for instance, to say what should be the ratio of sanitation per learner towards child when it comes to sanitation? The Portfolio of Education did some horrific oversight visits, and for me to witness or to see a school having 4 toilets for girls, 4 toilets for boys, girls waiting up to 25 minutes to go into that space, and the same school is being used as an advanced sort of medium to assist learners for education, with good results coming out. There's nothing wrong with the principals and with the school and how we support and how we give, but it's the exposure of what we are seeing in that, and I'm sure that will come out in the reports by the Portfolio Committee of Education. So my question then speaks directly, does it speak to that? Is, like you would get gazettes or regulations or circulars being written by yourself to the schools? One of the biggest concerns within the infrastructure, which is extremely challenging for me to understand, is that you get a school complaining about infrastructure to the circuit. Circuit complains to the district. District is supposed to complain to the province. But if you ask if there's a line of communication back, those schools will say in 3 years that they have not had a response back. So if you want to streamline and want to improve communication when it comes to infrastructure challenges within schools, which we are sitting with greatly so, you will be naive to say if we haven't got infrastructure challenges, is to, I'm wondering what if your chief director of infrastructure actually doing? Why haven't you got a direct email line desk to you, even if it goes towards the district, but to actually see what is being said on the one side is actually being said to the chief director infrastructure at your provincial office. And those are some of the things that one has got to look where we're moving, and taking into account that we've got to be paperless trail, so that we start improving on some of the communications and some of the IT systems that we need to put on. In the assessment by section 100, there are 2 directives issued by 2 MECs, which I think is important for the discussion now. The MEC for Treasury and the MEC for education, which comes in page 100 and page 102. So one of the issues that are complaining is support the disciplinary process to make sure that the disciplinary cases are moving with speed in the way that they should be. Are we improving that, MEC? Is there, have we improved that line item? Because that is why irregular expenditure is where they are. That is why we are not, that's why we sat for years with a 3 billion rand irregular expenditure. That is why we are still sitting with numbers that we are not being able to clear. Then, if we look at the directive of the MEC, it says, ensure that the following information and technology solutions and the leadership of the province, and then we're talking about finished board is to replace the old Excel spreadsheet. Are those things done? Are they implemented? If I go to each of those bullet MEC of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, there are 16 bullet points without going into each of these. But can you sit here today or stand here today and speak with authority and say all 16 of these directives have been adhered to? And if they are not, MEC, then I would question myself how. So in a short explanation, are there some of these directives that has not yet been implemented? So maybe the MEC through you to the HOD, is there one or two of these directives that you can make sure that you can take the committee into confidence to say, on these two directives, we are still trying, we are still planning, we are still doing issues, because it goes. And one of the, and some of the risks that has been identified in this is the filling of vacancies by unqualified people. It states there in this report. And when I read that, and I'm not referring to the people that are sitting here in front of us.
Maybe Honorable Smile, so that we don't lose track of your inputs. Can we just
all right. Okay, so to make it short, Chairperson, the resolutions talks to Section 100 and the implementation of Section 100 resolution. In that, talks to the directives issued out by the MEC for Treasury and by the MEC for Education at that given time. They might not be here to the same MEC, but by that relevant MEC. So in short, I will ask the question then. Has all of those directives that has been issued by the two MECs been implemented, yes or no? And if not, MEC, what are you doing to make sure that they will be implemented? Thank you, MEC. I hope it's short enough.
Okay, thank you. So, in fact, I was losing where you are. That's why I said, but you were relevant. It's fine. MEC, like I've indicated, we can't solve the issue of stagnation if we can't deal with the issues raised by the previous reports. The implementation of resolutions is very critical, and as is presented now, I'm not confident that going out of this meeting, as and when we are going to consolidate the recommendation to the House, we'll be able to give proper recommendation to assist the department, because your resolutions are not clear in terms of where are we. If you are saying in question 1B, where your response is, you are still just saying we are waiting for the Treasury. What are we waiting for? What did you do? What was your role? You must have indicated we've done 1, 2, 3. We've sent this to the Treasury and we're waiting the response. But that statement is silent. And the other thing, the resolution, you are just saying investigation. What is it that we're investigating? We're investigating. It must be clear that this investigation is about 1, 2, 3. It must be clear that the irregular expenditure is about awarding the contract, not following the SCM. What is the contract about? How did it come that that particular official? That resolution, if you say that is talking, and you'll be able to trace it to say, okay, if they were here, there was this issue, the department have done this, and then going forward, then it's. But I'm telling you, I'm not confident that going out of this meeting, I'll be able to comment to the House on the recommendation from education. And the other thing, like colleagues were indicating that your internal control, the internal audits, the Treasury was talking about assisting you, because everybody wants to assist you to get out of that stagnation. To say, how about we have the interim audits before you can even, so that he raises the issues before the actual audit, so that you are assisted on dealing with those things that could have been findings at the end of the. So that is very critical, and we think that at least let the Treasury assist you by making sure that you have got the interim audits before the end of May. I think Honorable Mabota raised an issue of acting. And it's very serious challenge in the Department of Education, not only at this level of the senior management. Maybe at the senior management level they are even better because they are getting allowances for acting. At the lower level, people are just acting, no allowance. As you're speaking, I don't know how many circuit managers are babysitting. Plus we are very creative. You know, education will always be creative. But this circuit manager will babysit this circuit. And with no incentive. Of course, they are performing poor circuit managers, poor principals. But the strain that is on them. And you find that some of those vacant posts have been there for the past 12 months or even more. A circuit with 2 circuits, circuit manager with 2 circuits, but she or he is babysitting the next one. No incentive, just working. So if we are, hence the Honorable Smart, the issue of communication, there won't be any communication because if the schools have an issue, they have to wait for the circuit manager to come on Thursday and Friday because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, she or he's in another circuit. Of course, our results are improving, but the system itself is strained. So if we can deal with the issue of resolutions, we deal with the issue of acting where possible, it's possible because I think those are funded. The other time as Scopa we were talking to Treasury and the Premier to say, we have got this high rate of vacancy list, vacancy rate in the departments across. And the response from the Treasury was saying, if they are funded, why don't they fill them? If the fund, the post of a DDG acting here is funded, why do you keep him or her acting for 2 years without filling that particular post, including that of an HOD? So these are some of the things that will end up having audit queries because sometimes during the process we make some mistakes. So now my emphasis is on resolutions that are not very clear. They will not help us to come up with conclusive analysis of how the department is performing. Let me see.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mabungo Lerule Ramakanya, MSc for Education in Limpopo. We want to start by appreciating Chairperson and the honorable members of the Scopa Committee. We want to start by appreciating all the issues and we receive the counseling that we are getting, and I think we should also hasten to indicate that we also receive the inputs as the committee is giving us I always say it's important that we listen and we go change our ways and implement. I'm going to deal with some of the issues that directly needs my clarity to the honorable members through the chair, and then the acting HOD will deal with the other issues. Let me start with the issues that the chair has raised now as the last point in terms of the submission where we are not clear. We are understanding that we should have included that how long the time frame when we submit documents to Treasury. There is no time that we are indicating. We are taking that. We are also not. We have also not included information, and I think which was critical because we are in the 7th administration. We should not take it for granted that the members will know what are we investigating on, and I think we should be able to improve on that. The chair also asked the question that was asked by Honorable Mabuja in terms of the positions, in terms of the acting. We have since advertised the post, as the chair is indicating, that we have taken a resolution at EXCO that as the post opens up, we should be able to always update it. The advertising of post now is not as difficult as before, where we had a moratorium on advertisement of post. I think the chair will know through also our portfolio committee chair and the committee, they are aware that we have advertised a lot of posts, including of teachers, deputy principals, and making sure that even at circuits, we are filling in governance post at district level. We have, after a very long time, even advertised posts for cleaners, even if it's not sufficient. We have done that. But at this level of my actors from Hollywood, we have advertised. You'll remember that in the 6th administration, we had a strain and a problem with the governance position where we had done everything, and then legally there was some issues that we raised, and to re-advertise we had to go back. Unfortunately on DDG Mulope is because we have taken Mr. Mashaba, who is the rightful DDG there, to come and act as the acting HOD. We have since advertised the post of the HOD in the department through the office of the Premier, and we had finalized the process of looking and screening. We could not secure somebody in the sector. As we speak now, for the Premier's office is re-advertising our post. I'm saying we could not secure somebody in the sector because we have noticed that you will have a person that says, I've got a master's or a PhD, but it is not within the Department of Education. In the Department of Education, I've come to realize that core is curriculum. Infrastructure is something else. These are the issues, governance and all that, but the core, we need somebody that can be able to deal with the curriculum of the province. Because we are, yes, we are on 85%, but can we be able to account that our 85%...
0.85.
What?
Apologies, Siri just...
Siri didn't understand 85%.
My apologies,
It's technology.
Yeah, so Chair, I'm saying, and the honorable members, that we are on 85%.
Yeah.
But the HOD in the Department of Education still needs to account that is that 85% pushing the economic spin-off of this province. And that is why when we were in discussing and screening on the people that have applied for the HOD position, it was such a big problem. The provincial NDP of the province has to be pushed by us and leaded. So we were analyzing the qualifications of people that have applied. Yes, we had doctors, we had master's people, but a person has have got a PhD in agriculture, have got masters in something else that it does not speak to curriculum. But we are saying to the committee, we are sitting on it, we will try and close up the gaps. I was talking to the advertisement and the acting. There is an issue that has been raised by Honorable Mahasela. We'll try, and I think the team will talk to the audit issues as it has been raised, and the time frames as well in terms of treasury. How far are we? We at my level of the office of the MEC, I've raised issues with the MEC and the HOD of treasury that we don't get to. That's why on the file here, you even see we have even included conversation that we have submitted to the Department of Treasury, because when they don't come back to us or on their side, they don't deal with our issues. But I've formally raised it, it's just that it's not here. My conversation with the MEC, we have formally raised it to say, as we go to Scopa, it is a challenge that they don't talk back to us, because if at least we had a letter just of the HOD acknowledging or the MEC, it would have been better. But I think they will also deal with it. There's an issue that has been raised by Honorable Pumburuni. When we dealt with the issues of the investigation, I think he has raised a critical issue that maybe as the office of the MEC, I should be able to sit with the institutions. There are two issues which we'll go and do, that we try and secure meetings with the institutions that are investigating, and I can, at an executive authority, talk to them. But also there's a second issue that the investigation teams always want to be running away to say, I don't have to deal with them directly so that I don't politicize the cases. So, but we'll deal with that. Honorable Machete raises an issue. On what the Honorable has raised, I just want to clarify or say something. We, as the department, we are making sure that the current people that we are taking in are the correct people with the correct skills. There's been a perception in the Department of Education that if you have been a teacher and a principal and a secretary manager, you'll come and be a better corporate head in the HR because you are a teacher. With due respect to my team of teachers, that is what has been. A teacher before. Yes, a teacher before is sitting next to me. So that has been a perception. And we have come to realize with these teams, actually they advise me and say, when I am missing, we arrived here because we were teachers before. So what we are trying to do now with Pomlope is that we even went to, when we started the 7th administration, we sat down and said, in this section, who's heading here? Which qualifications do they have? Are they correct for them? Because if now we have got gaps in HR, because my HR manager can't get the team that is correct, because now here the perception and understanding is of that of a teacher, it means I won't win on other things. So we have dealt with that process. We have gone through it, and we are trying with the team to make sure that now when we advertise, we get a person with the correct qualification there, even if they have not been a teacher, because at head office and district offices, I don't need teachers. I need a teacher in the class. So just that, it's a process that we have started now in the 7th administration. So it should be part of your 2024 file as we speak. I think the other issue that at my level I could be able to speak to is on the communication gap. We are trying to say, besides the issues of us moving into technology, the migration of all the emails, all the schools now are going to go to use Gov.za. No longer Gmail, no longer Yahoo, no longer this and that, no longer Siri asking if the department has sent us something, but we are all going to use Gov.za. So that migration that will happen is going to assist us from planning point of view, during the review, we felt that is going to assist us that when the HOD presses a button up to the last principal should be able to get that, even if it's a circular that has to go through the DD, but it will end up at the door of the principal. So the .gov issue is being finalized, Chair. We are migrating all our emails to that. That is the first issue on communication. The second issue on communication, we have then sat with all the district directors and the chief director for district coordination and says, through the circular and the legal means of communication, we need to develop a route tool that what a principal knows, a second knows, to deal with the issues that are being raised by community members directly to my office and directly to the HOD's office. Because we are receiving a lot of problems. We receive a statement from the DA. I should not want that information. I should just go on my emails with the district and check if it's true that that information has been staying there. One of the things that we have introduced in this administration, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Members, is that if a school calls my office and says, for the past 3 years, we request them to send us the letter, not updated date, the date of the past 3 years. Because we don't want a situation where the whole province has got a problem, but you want to use emotions to get in front of the list when we have got a program. So I was actually saying to the team, we are trying our utmost best to be accountable for what is happening in this infrastructure. We are trying to be accountable and know that which school is getting a mobile, which school is getting a building. And with that, we are improving on our communication. So one of the things that I should say to the committee, Honorable Chair, just being honest, is that we as the department, we have never mastered to say, how do we include classrooms in a school that has existed in a community that is growing? We have always planned to build a new school. We have never planned to increase a block in a school. You have been in that sector for a very long time. So when a community is growing, we have never said, let's quickly build 4 classrooms to accommodate the enrollment of next year. We have always said, go to the municipality and look for a new land. And that is the problem that Honorable Smali was referring to when it comes to the seats. We have got norms and standards, both for the classrooms and the sanitation. But when the community is growing, we did not have a plan to say, how do I increase the latrines that are there? How do I increase the water bowls that are there for the learners to increase the number of the enrollment? Now we are fighting in Pulukwani, we are getting learners, and not even us have really had time to say, those learners, how many did we take to that school? 50. It means a new toilet. So that we have not done. But that is our plan now, because we are saying we are in discussion to say, how do we then categorize? Infrastructure has started to have a team that is at a district level. The DBE has trained infrastructure team to start to categorize maintenance. So my team in the district will go to a school and says, if we are to maintain, the chairperson of the portfolio committee and those that have visited school, yourself, Honorable Smali, you are in that committee. We are saying maintenance is even removing those normal floors that used to exist to put in tiles. But in the past, Honorable Chair, that will come to the department and infrastructure will stop to build schools to go and be changing the tiles. So we are saying we need a tool to be able to deal with that. So infrastructure at a district level, they've been trained, they've started to categorize. We're going to improve on the maintenance. The only favor that I will need from the committee is to ask Auditor General to release me from qualified to go to unqualified. I have consented, I've spoken to our Auditor General, Audit and the team. They know when they come. I always ask them, Everybody else has let me go work. You are refusing. And they're sitting here next to me. They know I always say that to them, to say, let's rework. But what we have done now with the Auditor General is to sign off on items. Me and the HOD, on behalf of the team, we have signed off what they will be focusing on this year. And I'm sure the team can update us how far we are in terms of the preparation for that. But we are a very team that is willing to improve. We cannot improve academically and we don't improve administratively. I'm fully agreeing that somewhere, somehow, it will not be fair for service delivery. 1 cent lost is a child that is not going to get a textbook. So we need to be able to deal with that. I've dealt with the issues that I take counsel on the issues of saying, let's deal with the disciplinary processes and also the issues on consequence management that really ends up with the executive authority. I take counsel on those issues. I've clarified, Honorable Chair, through you, I've clarified, honorable members, on the issues that I know they come back directly to the executive authority. I'm going to request your indulgence, Chair, so that the acting HOD can deal with some of the other questions. Over to you, acting HOD.
My name is Martin Mashaba, acting head of Department Education. Thank you, MEC. As we are responding, Honorable Chair, we take note of a term which I'm going to, I'm going to steal the term. I think it was mentioned there. No. It was mentioned by the Honorable here to say, Onyaka Obwana, a speed-moving department. I've captured that, and when we are going to be doing things, we will say, we must be a speed-moving department. I like that phrase. But Chairperson, I'm sure other colleagues of mine have not been speaking. If you don't mind, I'll ask them to speak so that you hear them and they explain from being technical people. But yeah, and as you are commenting, colleagues, let's mind the time, just go straight to the point. But I'll start with the one-year infrastructure because it was the last one, part of the last ones that were mentioned on the issues of the norms and standards for toilets. The Chief Director, Infrastructure, is here. If he can just quickly clarify that.
Okay, thank you, HOD. My name is Isaac Malachi, Chief Director, Physical Resources. On the question of the standard operating procedure for sanitation, we are actually guided by the uniform norms and standards on education infrastructure, which were first released in 2013. I think they were amended last year. That is what guides us, and we use that guidance to provide not only sanitation but water as well, classrooms, to our schools. That is the standard operating procedure that we follow. And of course, from time to time, there could be issues with the numbers because, as you plan, you plan for the existing enrollment. So, yeah, when the enrollment fluctuates, you might go there and see that the numbers do not align. Priority, the sanitation plan that we are implementing, it's actually also geared towards addressing that issue of numbers, priority 1 and priority 2. There was also a question around implementation of the education facilities management system, EFMS. We have started with that process. We had given the HOD a timeline of until September to make sure that all our projects are registered on the system. We have been able to achieve that. We are busy now putting in projects that we recently appointed contractors, and our goal is to start implementing using the system in the new financial year. We're saying that because there is a period where we must receive training from the National Department of Basic Education. Thank
My name is Naftali Mulop, acting DDG Corporate Management. Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and Honorable Members, there was a question around the contingent register of the department in terms of the cases that we have and their categories. We have several categories of cases, but what happens is that when we normally receive summons, we will then have to evaluate the case in terms of the scale that the Department of Justice has set, check if ever the claimed amount is the correct estimate by the claimant. So there will be the claimed amount in terms of the summons and then the evaluated amount, which is the one that we will end up on our financial statements. The categories that we have are cases related to exam irregularities, injury of learners, breach of contract, assault of learners, defamation of character, death of a learner, breach of employment contract, car accident claims, use of personal information, unfair labor practice, injury of an educator, and future loss of income. The claim amount in terms of summons stands at around 938 million. But our estimation of the probable and actual amount in terms of those claims sits at 137 million. So that's the category and the register as we have. We can go further and further in terms of the synthetic part of the register, but I thought that at high level, that is what we have.
My name is Yvonne Matavata, the CFO. I'm going to respond to one question from Honorable Mabuja regarding the current interim audit. Just to indicate that when AG left, we had a discussion with AG, and we kept on having a discussion with them, but they indicated that they were busy with MFMA. But currently they have arrived, then we'll have to finalize this. And we've also taken into consideration the issue that was raised by, I think it's Honorable Smali, regarding Treasury, whereby we having discussions with the Office of the PAG, and they requested information so that they can also assist. Then regarding the issue of investigation report, I'm not going to say much on it, but just to indicate that with the unwanted framework, there are issues that you'll have to determine loss, and if there is no fraud, then you don't take it for investigation. And those ones, if there was negligence, we determine that there was negligence, then we take those to labor so that they can process. But we have noted that regarding the investigations, I think HOD, those were the two that I have noted. Maybe on section 100, what we can indicate that immediately after section 100 left Treasury, there was section 18, and most of the items which were identified were taken into consideration, but obviously with the internal controls and the action plans, we have to also take them into consideration just to make sure that we don't get repeating findings. Yeah, thank you, Judy.
My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department Education. Just a quick one on the ones that are remaining. I must just re-emphasize the fact that the MEC has been very emphatic on our part to say we need to have a district reporting system. The concern that is raised that schools report something but it never gets to us. So it's something that we are working on, and we hopefully before long, when we go to the portfolio committee, we'll be able to report progress on that one. And the MEC has noted the issue about us responding fully to the questions. We will do that. I think on our part, we will prepare the report, and if it's needed, we can also submit it. But we have noted, Chairperson, that concern. On the issue, just to add on the issue of the investigations, there are two investigations done. The one that the CFO was talking about, this is where our own investigators, headed by attendees Chabeleng here at the back, do the investigations. Those are things that we can do internally. But then, because we had such a huge backlog of investigations, either for irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful, we realized that we would never be able to do it on ourselves. So I think for a number of years, we kept coming to Scopa indicating that we were struggling. We asked OTP to help us, and it just was not working. So ultimately, we appointed last year, there is a panel of investigators that were appointed at Treasury, and we have appointed them to do the work. They have started last year, and we believe that hopefully by the end of this financial year, they will be done. But we do get reports now and again. Others they will be advising us that no, this one take action, or this one no, it looks like it was just an error. But we are working with them, and I think it's assisting us greatly. Previously, when we engaged with them, we asked them to start concentrating on the big value items, so that at least if those can be cleared, it will then reduce the amount of our unwanted expenditure. So that program for now, I think, is going well. We have noted the concern about the time it has taken us to do the root cause analysis, but as I indicated in my submission, that the Treasury has been very helpful. We have held workshops where they were indicating to us, they would analyze our action plan and indicate that we have a challenge with the root cause, and then we had held workshop with them, and we think out of that workshop our officials now understand what it means to identify a root cause. Sometimes you will find that in our action plan, they address the symptom and not the root cause. So you can address the finding, but the thing will repeat because we didn't really go and say, but why exactly did this official punch in a wrong code? Not that now they are no longer punching it, but why did they punch? That is where now you go and you analyze it. So I think for now, Chairperson, we are on course. I think we will be dealing with those issues. And I think it's also in our submissions, we have indicated that if you look back a number of years, our file was much bigger than this. There was a time when I think we had almost 700, and it was very difficult for education to come to Scopa because there were so many findings. But I think with this intervention that has come up about our training on root cause analysis, we have now appointed officials in internal control. We didn't have, they are still not sufficient, but now we've got officials in internal control. Risk has also been provided with officials. So now at least work is getting there. And we are really confident, Chairperson and members, that when we come back next year, whether it will be us or somebody else, but when the department comes back next year, we will be talking a different story. Okay, I've dealt with the issue of speeding up the investigations, that we are on course on that one. Then on consequence management, we have indicated in the files the action that we are taking. There is action that was, there is a letter indicating the action that the MEC was taking against the then HOD. There is action that we are taking against those who are still in the department. So we are addressing it, and I think if we were to provide further details, you would see that even lower down, action is being taken, and there are officials who are going through the process. And for now, our internal disciplinary process, I think they are now moving faster. We do have the presiding officers that have been appointed. So we know who is on that list, and then we are able to move with speed on those matters. But our labor unit is also able to deal with some of the matters and also engage the office of the Premier. On the issue of the interim audit, I think CFO has spoken about it, and we have caucused a bit with AG. We will be looking at it. I think AG has always been saying they want to look at what we are currently doing so that they advise us before the actual audits are. So we appreciate that, and we will try to help. But also to indicate that when we prepare our quarterly financials, internal audit reviews them. Internal audit reviews them, and the previous quarter, the matter that we wanted for them to focus on was the issue that led to our qualification. So the infrastructure disclosure note, our infrastructure asset register. So they looked at it and where there were issues they raised, but we didn't really have much of a problem. So we are confident that we have turned the corner, and hopefully, AG, you will smile when you come to the office. You won't have stress. But we are really confident, Chairperson and members, that we have turned the corner, and it can only go up. And then there was a concern that we should be careful that issues that are not audit findings may creep up later. We have noted that. I think this is what the AG often advises us, that this matter, be careful. It's not yet a finding, but if you don't deal with it, it might actually mature to be a finding. So we are aware of those things, and through our internal control unit, we try to make sure that the controls around those are strengthened. Then there was an issue about communicating infrastructure programs to schools. We do, I think what happens is that the normal infrastructure development or contract that the contractor goes to implement, you do have the steering committees that are sitting, and they then engage with the principal and the SGB. The matter that we found, Chairperson, that was a problem, which was also a finding, I think, if I'm correct, in the previous audit, was with the demolition of the pit latrines. After the new latrines were put up, or in worst cases, somebody just goes and demolishes and they don't put up. So then we realized that there was a problem with communication in that regard, but we believe now it has been sorted out. The other area where we had a problem also with the demolition of pit latrines was, as indicated, where the school might feel that the seats you have provided are not enough, we still want to keep these ones. Some time back, we had also those who felt that the pit latrines are a best way of disposing of sanitary towels. So we had some cultural issues here and there, but as I'm indicating, the issue of demolishing of pit latrines, we have now got a hold of it, and we are attending to it. And then, okay, the last one I think that was asked was the issue on the acting appointments. As far as the general rule, now talking to, first of all, ourselves as PSA appointees, the general rule is that if a post has not been approved by Treasury for filling, even if you appoint me to act, but you can't pay me, because it means that post is not funded. But once the post is approved on a recruitment plan that we can fill it, then whoever we say must act in it will then be paid an acting allowance. The other one is, if I have moved from my position as DDG Corporate Manager and now I'm in the HOD's office, my post as DDG is still filled by me. And therefore, the one who's acting in my post cannot be paid an acting allowance, simply because on PERSAL, if you go on PERSAL, it will still have me as DDG Corporate Management. And but now with the filling of the post, I think a number of those cases we are now dealing with them. The challenge might just still be with my position. The DGD for curriculum and for IGCS, which is district coordination, those ones are approved for feeding, so the acting allowance will be paid in those instances. Yeah, I think, Chairperson, I think I've covered the ones that I had here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe on the issue of acting, we're just emphasizing that you take a long time to fill posts, and very critical posts that can make a difference in the department. Yeah, the issue of acting, yeah, yes, you have explained it, but you take a lot of time. So what you're saying, we are saying that comply with the legislation, because there is a legislation that says a post, if vacant, after 6 months it must be filled. So ordinarily at times 3 or 18 months, and then during that period, then people suffer, especially the nurse or those who are supposed to benefit from that service. And another thing on the I see you, Honorable Smark, on the issue of pit toilets or latrines. I did not want to ask about it now, because I saw that it is still there, but because you've raised it, maybe let me just give my input. The challenge is that indeed there was a demolition, but no replacement. MEC knows that I always say MEC, where I was working, and I think I'm still working there, because I left project unfinished there. They demolished toilets in 2023. The whole of last year, even today, they're still using the mobile toilets, and it's not healthy. Yes, we take it as a temporary measure if it is 2 to 3 months, but if it becomes 2 years, and you must agree with me that those toilets, and those mobile toilets are not user friendly. You can't use them forever, especially when it is hot like these girls. They are just there sitting on that plastic. It is hot and all those things. So I'm still waiting for your response, MEC, so that I am formally released from the school. For now, they're still asking me, they're still calling me to say, then principal, what must we do?
Thank you, Chair. I will leave, on a lighter note, I will end where you leave. Honorable MEC, I'm still waiting for my responses as well. Let me leave it there. But on a more serious note here, Honorable Chair, and it links to what you have been saying. Honorable MEC, I've now gone to your website, and what the law says that you must do and not do. And I've gone to your norms and standards, which you don't apply, which the Public Schools Act says you must. And I will tell you must. And I will show you where you do not comply. And I want to say to you this year, you are going to get sick and tired of me going to the Human Rights Commission and putting you on terms on various matters. Honorable MEC, and it links on to what the whole issue of infrastructure is. Honorable MEC, yes. Honorable MEC.
I just want to check. Yes, I just want to check on Human Rights Commission. Will it be Scopa, or now you are?
No, I'm at Scopa today, Chair.
Okay. No, I just wanted to understand.
You know, Chapter 10 of the Schools Act says, each provincial department must 90 days after the beginning of the financial year submit a detailed infrastructure plan and implementation of the infrastructure programs, which must be on this website after 90 days. And then it tells you the detail of what that infrastructure is, your challenges, blah, blah, blah. Then it comes to your priority. It speaks to your priority lines, which is 1, 2, and 3, which is your 3-year, 7-year, 10-year, 17-year cycle. That's what the School Act says. I went, because we are very clever about speaking about norms and standards here and holding people accountable. And I thought, okay, let me see if and I appreciate your new thinking about dealing with infrastructure, Honorable MEC. I think it's the right one. I honestly support you in that line of thinking. But I thought to myself, okay, let me go there and see if I can see something. And I'm not seeing updated stuff here. I'm not. And other MECs signing off and being signed off here on the national one, and Limpopo is not signed off. And I'm thinking to myself, MEC, I'm just going to leave it there. Please update please ask your officials to update your website. It's not updated on various documents. I don't want to embarrass them. And I will speak to the chair of the Portfolio of Education. She is here luckily today, and I'm glad she's taking it seriously. But that we will drive that issue on that platform. But I just wanted the MEC to know that there are concerns, because if we are going to deal with infrastructure challenges, we must be honest about the inequalities. We must be honest about the discrepancies, because it is our role to fight with, to argue in the legislature, either for more money, less money, either on a provincial or even on a national level, in order to deal with certain things. And it is not, some of the issues are not of your own making. Some of the issues are really stuff that you've inherited, and I'm not trying to be blatant on that matter, but it just speaks to the issues that you are speaking. The one issue that I did not get an answer of, did we communicate with the schools directly, like a circular, to say, make sure that the pit latrines that are standing next to environmental loos, that those things must be demolished? I'm just asking, is there such a case? Because we know of schools that have got both. So I'm asking, is there official communication from the department to say, please react to this, or please notify us, either or? I'm just asking, I'm just trying to deal with it, because I don't want to see incidents that happened in 2011-12 that might need to happen today again. Thank you, Honourable. Thank you for allowing me a second.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything, MEC, to close on the issue, or is there any other input on question 1? Honourable Maida.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I just want to ask one question based on school infrastructure. Is there a committee that is inspecting the school infrastructure on a quarterly or annual basis? Because some of the schools have been damaged, and it seems as if there is nobody who is responsible for that. Is it the work of the community to make sure that they fix that particular schools, or the department? Thanks very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, MEC.
Thank you.
Even on your final input on the question, so that we close it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Mabungule Ramakanya, MEC of Education in Limpopo. I think we want to take this opportunity to receive the comments that have been made through the Chair and the Honorable members. And I think we are understanding and taking counsel on 2 issues as raised by Honorable Smali, in terms of how do we improve the communication, and in terms of what needs to go for public consumption. And I think we are agreeing that that will be done. There is an issue, what we need to clarify to Honorable Miley is that as the department, we have got a section of infrastructure. From there, we have got the same teams of infrastructure at district level. So it is not the responsibility of a community to fix. In the Department of Education, we work with the school governing bodies. We do not work with communities directly, but we nominate committees that are called SGBs, and those SGBs will be representatives of parents that if there is any other issue in the school, they will be able to deal with the issues in the school. You might have seen, even on media, if people are raising, the first question that I have for them is, who are you? Are you a parent that has got children in that school? So that then we limit the interest of anyone who, when unknown to us, has got interest in construction, can go to a school and want to make havoc, or is what has been happening in one or two of our districts this side. So the district officials are the ones that will go and deal with the issues of the fixing of the school. And through you, Chair, I think on question 1, we just want to appreciate that we will go and improve, especially on consequence management, and also on making sure that any activity that it is started, it is finalized. And we took note, Chair, of the cancelling of outstanding reports that we might still have to give, and I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. As we are closing question 1, usually we just want to, after question 1, just to have a way forward, so that it is very clear, because remember we indicated that as Scopa, one of our responsibilities is to trace the resolutions. And the reason why we want to have a way forward on question 1 in particular is because it's mainly dealing with the resolutions. And we are meeting quarterly as Scopa. And the purpose of those meetings is to trace the resolutions, the House resolutions. And then, like I've indicated, I am not convinced that we will be able to assist the department in terms of clearing the resolutions, because the intention is to clear all the resolutions of 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. Those are all resolutions, and there must be a way of clearing all those resolutions, so that next year when we meet, we only concentrate on the resolution for 2023-2024. Now, we are going to meet quarterly, and what we are recommending and we are asking MEC is, let's go and rework this resolution. You see, this document that you have given us for how many pages, I don't know if it is 169. You can summarize them maybe in less than 10 pages, whereby you are just maybe in a column form, you just have the first column as the year, maybe 2015, 2016. The second column, the resolution number, because every year there is a resolution number. If we don't just have, say, a resolution for 2015, 2016 is not resolution, it's not resolved. We must indicate the resolution which is not resolved amongst the 10. It is resolution number 7, and then it be indicated. From there, we indicate the detail of that resolution. Litigation for 900 million for exam, a learner sued the department because the marks were what. Can you see that it's about 3 sentences? But we've summarized the whole thing. The Scopa resolution, Scopa recommended that the department must go and investigate further on who did not mark that script correctly. Progress, we found that is the chief marker or the internal moderator who have committed that such a gross mistake. And then what we are doing, we are subjecting her or him to disciplinary hearing. Here is a letter attached that we wrote to him or her that we are intending to lay charges against you. And here is another letter that she responded. We are where we have constituted disciplinary hearing. The matter is with labor. Then there is progress. So that when we make a follow-up of that particular resolution, we are saying what is the outcome of labor. You don't have to start to say the chief marker or the marker or whoever. We are saying where is the report of labor, and then we just finish it. That is our intention. So if you can just summarize this resolution so that it becomes very easy for us to trace them. It will be very appreciated from our side. Yeah, I think that's the way forward. I hope you have captured how we also have our researcher who can also assist you. And then as for when we will do that administratively, so that in our first meeting, whether next month or whatever time, you'll be able to get the information. But if there is a need after the meeting, after we've gone through that revised or reworked resolutions, if there is a need that we call the MC, we'll call you again to say, we don't understand here, can you come and unpack so that we bring this resolution to its finality. So that's the way forward. I thought by now the lunch will go ready. Is it ready? It's not ready. So we'll continue with the second question. And then who was? You want to take it? It's fine. Question 2.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nefumbo TC. That is question 2. Let's start on the file 1 of 31 March 2023. Question 2 in page 5. Irregular expenditure. Executing authority in paragraph 32 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure of 1585962 billion, as disclosed on page 188 of the annual report. The majority of the irregular expenditure was caused by not following supply chain management policies. Question A, why did the accounting officer fail to take appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure of 1585962 billion rand? To B in page 6. Provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure of 1585962 billion rand. Question C in 007, page 007. Who are the responsible officials? 2D in page 8. What action did the executive authority take against accounting officer? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and responsible officials? 2F, still in page 8, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? That is in the first file, file 1, 31 March 2023. So let's go to the file 31 March 2024 in page 5. I think it's the repetition. Irregular expenditure. In paragraph 31, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure of 3341933 billion rand as disclosed in note 31 to the annual financial statements, as required by section 38(1)(c)(2) of the PFMA and Treasury Regulations 9.1.1. The regular expenditure of the current year is 191,729 million. The majority of the regular expenditure was caused by not following supply chain management regulations. In paragraph 32, the AG reported that some of the contracts were awarded to bidders that did not score the highest points in the evaluation process, as required by Section 21F of Preferential Procurement Policy Framework and the Preferential Procurement Regulation 2022, recurring finding from 2022-2023 financial year. Why was the irregular expenditure of 19172 million rand incurred? Question 2B. Provide a breakdown of the cumulative irregular expenditure of 3341 billion rand. The details should be as follows. 1. Indicate transactions under Section 101B of the Constitution, progress made in investigating those transactions. Question 2C. Why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure? Question D. In page 007, why were supply chain management regulations not followed? E. Why did the accounting officer award contracts to bidders that did not score the highest points in the evaluation process as required by law? F. Who are the responsible program managers and other officials? G. In page 8, 2G. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? H. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible manager and other officials? I think that is the last one. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Pumbolole. MEC.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mabungulu Ramakanya, MEC of Education in Limpopo. We want to welcome the honorable members for question 2, which is 2A up to F, and through your indulgence, Honorable Chair, I'm going to request the acting HOD to lead us in the presentation of the answers. Acting HOD.
My name is Martin Mashara, acting HOD, Department of Education, and thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Starting with the financial year ending March 2023, on page 5, the question as read, why appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure, and we respond there at the bottom of the page. The irregular expenditure amounting to 1585962 emanates mainly from infrastructure, scholar transport and NSNP multi-year projects which were carried forward from prior years caused by non-compliance to supply chain prescripts. The department is currently utilizing a checklist which was developed to identify all cases of irregular expenditure, and such cases have been recorded in the register. The checklist we are talking about is on page 56. That is the one that we are referring to. So this is the list that is used before an award can be made, just to make sure that everything is ticked off and it complies with those regulations. But also just to indicate that when we talk about irregular expenditure emanating from prior years, basically it simply means that if we have awarded a tender this year which will run for 3 years, and this year it is declared as irregular, then all other payments that we are going to make in subsequent years based on that contract will in those years be reflected as irregular. So even if in that year we don't have any new irregular expenditure, but the new will now be the fact that now we have spent money on a contract which is irregular. I think that is what that sentence is explaining. And then number B, provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure of 1,585,962 billion. I will not read through the list, but we have indicated all the contracts that make up that irregular expenditure. Then on page 7, who are the responsible officials? Against each one, we are indicating the responsible officials, but just to indicate on number 1. On number 1, if you go to page 37, and you will see that maybe just looking at the response on number 1. The description for number 1 on page 7 was saying appointed bidder did not meet the requirement of 50% ownership of lead consultant, and this appeared in the prior year. Now, the responsible official, we are saying the transaction was approved as prior period error when approval was granted. Expenditure had already accumulated to 81 million. So the document is on page 37. So what we mean is that, as I've indicated previously, if this this contract was regarded as irregular and then you accumulate payment on it, or you continue to pay on that expenditure, then it will go to that amount as indicated in that submission. But as I said, then going downwards for each of them, we have identified the responsible officials. Now, if you look at number 3, number 3 says SCM non-submission of information, and this was also in the prior year. We are saying investigation by SABNT in progress, and you compare that with number 9, where we are saying investigation in progress. Basically, what this is the team that has been appointed to advise us on these matters. The one that we indicated previously that they are currently on, and we are confident that by the end of the financial year they will be done. So number 3, the investigation is on, it's with the team, they are dealing with it, the same as number 6, number 7, and number 9, and that is why there we don't have responsible officials, because they are still investigating. And on page 8, the same will apply to number 11 and number 12, but for 13 and 14 we know who the responsible officials are, and they are listed there. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? This is the one I spoke to a bit earlier, that the MEC wrote to the Premier's office to assist with with instituting disciplinary measures, obviously because the accounting officer is a senior in the department and we couldn't do it ourselves, and that letter is attached on page 50. The letter is attached on page 50 of request to the Premier's office. Number E, still on page 8, what action did the accounting officer take against the financial officer and responsible officials? We have attached there on page 53 a letter that is being written to the chief director, who was identified as being responsible for the irregular expenditure, but the HOD has, as indicated, has already left the institution, so without finalizing those cases. But some of them, they have now been carried over into 2024. You will see that when we go to 24, some of the letters will indicate this matter is recurring, so it's not like you are doing it for the first time. You've looked at the previous years, this matter has been recurring. So that is intended to cover even the previous periods when the official would not have been charged. Then on at the bottom of page 8, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And then we are indicating there, as said, we are now using a checklist which is used as a preventative measure to ensure that all cases of irregular expenditure are identified and corrected before processing, and the department has appointed officials in the internal control unit who are checking whether the department is compliant and processes are followed, and that is the one that I referred to on page 56. So that was the last one on the 2023 file. Going to the March 2024, on page 4 of it, the first question: why was the irregular expenditure of 191.729 million incurred? And we indicate, we break it down in the response. The irregular expenditure amounting to 191,729 million rands emanates from the following. The first one, 1,859,100, was due to the fact that the reasons provided for deviation from SCM processes in the appointment of two service providers, and we indicate their names there, Limpopo Coaches and Bolivia Lodge, were found to not be reasonable and justifiable. The second one, 178,358,772 million rands. This emanates from bids completed by Mvula Trust, which did not capture the list of bidders on e-tender portal within 10 working days of open competitive bid closing date. Number 3, 11,511,261 rands relates to current year expenditure for the contracts that were declared irregular in the previous year. So it's the same as that one that I was mentioning, that these are the expenditures that were carried over from the previous year. The first one of 84 million, it was non-submission of information for the losing bidder. The next one of 2 million, non-submission of information also coming from 2021. And the third one, 9, the bid document did not include the points for each criterion and sub-criteria. Evaluation measurement of very good, good, fair, poor, and not acceptable were not applied in a consistent manner as members of the bid evaluation committee had scoring differences. Then number B, still on page 4, provide a breakdown of the cumulative irregular expenditure of 3.341 billion. The details should be as indicated there. And on page 5, on top, we are saying the breakdown of the irregular expenditure amounting to 3.341 billion is attached as Annexure B. It's the one that I referred to a bit earlier on when we were talking about section 100, where we are indicating what those expenditures were. Okay, I will not go over it again, but it's that report that is on page 112. So that is the breakdown. So we are saying there that transactions under section 101B, on 5 December, Cabinet invoked section 101B, is giving the details there. And we are saying the transactions relating to that period, that is the period of section 100, amount to 1.1 billion, and C attached is the one that I was referring to on page 113. It's giving the breakdown of the details of that. And number 2, the department conducted a determination of loss on the 3.341 billion and submitted the report to provincial treasury. So that report is the one that we were speaking about, that we do a determination and then we send a report to treasury for them to consider how they are going to, whether they will condone it or not. We will come to that just now when we look at, okay, maybe I can just refer to it. Actually, the last report that we received from Treasury in response to our submission is the one, if you look at page 27, page 27, immediately after page 27, immediately after page 27, there is an unnumbered document, immediately after page 27. That is the letter that we received from Treasury, and it is dated the 15th of January. You will see that on the first page of the letter, it just gives the details of what we have applied for and the feedback from the committee. The first amount of 152 rands and the next one of 166, the committee did not finalize on it. It was referred back to us as a department to provide more information. Then on the second page of that letter from Treasury, the amount of 43 was also referred back to the department to provide additional information. And now the ones that was condoned is the last one on that page 2 of the letter, 745,000. That was condoned. You'll see it's written on the last column in capital letters, or bold, not rather bolded, that it is condoned. And then when we go to the next page, that is page 3, and the table under number 5 of that letter, it then summarizes the outcome of all the considerations that Treasury had. And you'll see that first of all it will say total number of applications submitted. So it means we have submitted individual applications. Now they are consolidating them. As at that time we have submitted 4, and 1 was condoned, which is the one we're talking about now. And then total amount of applications was 3 billion, and total amount 745 condoned. And the one under there, it says total prior period error and removal. So basically it simply means this should not have been classified as an unwanted expenditure, and they're saying this one can be removed. So from there, the only amount that Treasury still has to consider is the total of those 3 that we said they have not condoned, which is 166,000. So that then covers the submissions that were made to Treasury to consider that irregular expenditure. Then on back to page 5 of the 2024 file, number C, why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure? The first one, as we indicated, was Limpopo coaches for 920,800 rand, and we say the specification did not indicate the special features needed for long distance travel by learners for sports activities. Number 2 was Bolivia Lodge, 938,300 rand. The specification did not indicate the venue for the choral music, that the venue for the choral music must not have echo and must have sufficient stage capacity. And the last one there, Mvula Trust, it was for 178 million, inadequate monitoring and oversight of supply chain processes at implementing agents. So basically what we are saying there is that as a department, we did not have adequate monitoring and oversight of what our implementing agents are doing. That is why there was this irregularities, or these irregularities that happened at Mvula Trust. Then on page 6, why were supply chain management regulations not followed? The first one on Limpopo coaches, we are saying there were inadequate oversight and monitoring of procurement processes, which allowed irregular expenditure to occur without detection, and the existing policies and procedures were not followed. So in simple terms, we are just saying policies and procedures were there, but they were just not followed. Number 2, Bolivia Lodge 938,300. The expenditure was removed as prior period error and as such not irregular. The reasons given for the deviation were assessed to determine if the hall was suitable for the choral music. And the last one, Mvula Trust, we are saying the reason was lack of monitoring and oversight of supply chain processes at implementing agents. Number E, why did the accounting officer award contracts to bidders that did not score the highest points in the evaluation processes required by the law? Then we are saying the department conducted a determination of loss and discovered that the points were scored fairly. The report there is on page, I think the documents pertaining to this, as indicated on page 178. And then if you also go to the subsequent documents that we are indicating that the department took a determination that this must be reversed as a prior period error. And then number F on page 6, who are the responsible program managers and other officials? For number 1, for Limpopo coaches is Lidwaba AL, who is the Deputy Director in School Sports, Arts and Culture, Marapoti, Director in School Sports, Arts and Culture. And we have got there on page 132, this is where the report is, and it indicates the investigation that was done to determine who the responsible officials are. That is on page, actually starts on page 131. Then for Bolivia Lodge, the responsible officials is Lidwaba AL, again Marepoti, and who's also the director, so it's still the same officials. On page 7, from Vula Trust is Malachi IN, Chief Director for Fiscal Resources, and Buduzi from Vula Trust, who is the Program Manager there. Then, what action did the Executive Authority take against the Accounting Officer? And we are indicating that the Executive Authority may Scopa items a standing item in all executive meetings, and from the progress on Scopa issues instructed the Accounting Officer to take action against officials. The Accounting Officer in turn wrote letters to officials, which we will look at it later on. What actions did the Accounting Officer take against the responsible manager and other officials? Now we are saying for Limpopo coaches, a determination of loss on irregular has been performed. The report has been submitted to risk for investigation, and going forward the motivation will be clear. So basically for now risk was investigating this matter to consider what action to take. Bolivia Lodge, determination of loss on irregular has been performed, and the department determined that there was no irregular expenditure, and we duly informed the AGSA about our assessment, and that is I think it's on page 194. Yes, that is on page 194, the report that we are referring to. Then from Vula Trust, the department engaged the implementing agent and obtained the bid registers that could not be provided during the audit, and the accounting officer wrote to the implementing agent, and that is on 189, and that document on 189, it was just for from Vula Trust to explain themselves based on what the AG has found. That is on page 189, and then you'll see on page 191, that is where the Vula Trust is responding to our letter asking them to explain themselves. And then the top of page 8, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? We are saying the department developed a checklist which is used as a preventative measure to ensure that all cases of irregular expenditure are identified and corrected before processing. Departmental officials have been appointed to be part of the implementing agent bid committees, and those letters are attached on page 200. We have, from page 200, we have attached letters that indicate who the members are who have been appointed to sit in the committees of the implementing agents, which will then assist us to be able to advise them and to pick up if there is a possibility of any irregularity. And with that, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the the response for question 2. I wanted to check if lunch is ready so that we go to lunch and come back for but it looks like they are not ready. Yeah, they are not ready. It's just unfortunate. Let's just continue with the question. Maybe just to indicate that we did not indicate the apology of the MEC that she rendered in the morning that from 22 to she's having an interview, but she'll be back. Don't be surprised. She'll be back. The first question from me, HOD on behalf of the MEC. The response from Buddha Trust, just to say we are apologizing, is unlike us. Did you find it fine? It's fine, they've apologized, then it's fine. That's my question. And the other thing on the officials responsible, we would appreciate if maybe you can even write the positions. Names alone will not assist. If I can see in some cases you have written, but somewhere those names are not there. Yeah, maybe let me give honorable members. I'll come later. Maybe they can even cover me. Honorable Small, Honorable Mabuja.
Yeah. Chairperson, let me start with you where you ended with, because I think it's important. So, Mbula Trust on page 193-7251, it says, however, lately there has not been any representation from the Department Supply Chain Management unit, despite us informing it of its meetings. Now you write to them and you say, please explain to us why you're not conforming to certain supply chain procedures. For me, there's a direct accountability from you. Why did you not attend those meetings? Why were you not there? Why did the CFO or the accounting officer or whoever from supply chain management who's got the delegating authority to be there, subsequently be there? HUD, I saw later towards page 201 and 202, you delegate supply chain management officials to go and sit on these at these, and I see those letters. Then I'm asking myself, where are the letters before for those people who sat? Were they issued, and was there some sort of abscondment by an official? I don't know. It's not clear, because you if I quote you, you said you did not have adequate monitoring and evaluation systems. You did not have adequate people there. So you are saying to me, yes, we were there, but not enough. Mbula said, no, you were not there at all. And then they put the attendance register of the people and the people that are there. So, accountability for holding people accountable for the irregular expenditure on Mbula lies solely because you did not have your rep there. And if you did not have your rep there, the people who are supposed to make sure that the rep is there must then be held accountable. 1. 2. Have you asked them to do a investigation or a forensic investigation or like internally a CRO investigation into some of the non-compliance? Because I'm worried that I don't see that coming through. I've not seen in this whole 2 documents one CRO investigations report, HOD, not one, on any of the matters. Even the stuff that goes to, let's say you ask for condonement, proving that you've done what it is, and I'm asking, is the CRO, is the CRO investigations done internally? Because does that recommendation speak to a sanction from internally? It's not clear, it's very vague, because we're dealing with the irregular expenditure, but which requires you to investigate. And then I want to go to what the what Treasury wrote to you when you asked for the condonement of the 3 billion. So Treasury says the department in the committee's feedback back to the committee. No, I don't know if it's been done because there's no proof of such here. It says in 2 on page 20, it says the department must also produce proof of follow-ups made with SAPs, forensic auditors, DPCI, priority crime investigation. It's not clear if it's been done, so there's no proof or line that you've laid cases or charges or issues of that. Now let's come to, and I don't want to hear legacy things now here. Just on the next one, on the 120 million rand for 22-23 financial year, the scholar transport one that was issued out. The committee noted that there are possible issues of fraud and collusion. However, the matter has not been reported to SAPS. I will ask myself why. Then I will ask myself, what is the CRO report saying in this? What is your internal investigation? So Chairperson, I would ask, where is this CRO report? Because if the CRO is not picking up the recommendations made by the IECC committee, and is making a different pronouncement, and one department makes this pronouncement, then there are some very strong issues of issues that were made. I just wanted to go to your, I think it was your irregular expenditure of your Annexure 2B2, page 113. So I take it that these are some of the irregular expenditures that we are still trying to clear, that are in the case of doing. And I can understand why the Treasury Committee or the committee that deals with the irregular expenditure asked the following. Because in the comments, if I look at number 2, and I'm not going to go because I can take them one by one, but I want to take the second one. The payment voucher was not approved by the delegating official as it was forged. Clear fraud. Clear fraud. Now, that official, I'm not so sure if it's in, out, gone, where, but I can understand if I'm now the committee that must condone, and I read that, and I'm sitting on that side as an independent person who's got the best interest of the financial affairs of the province at heart. I would say, where are the cases? Where are the proof of case 1, 2, 3 at which place? So HOD and Chairperson, as much as I appreciate the regular expenditure pointed out in 2D2, it has got to indicate that A, on the right hand side, the column, case, SAPS, fraud, SIU, the sanction, you know, where's the end of the disciplinary issue? Is it being litigated? I don't know where it is, where the challenge is. But in my conscious mind, I want to support the Treasury Committee or the IECC committee that looks at the condonment to say a report of the cases that were submitted, was supposed to be submitted to them, fraud cases and all of those things, per item, line item must also be submitted to the committee chairperson so that we actually can make sure that due accountability has actually taken place in this regard. HOD, I mean, I can look at others and I mean, employees acted without HOD approval. Appointment of executive authority without blah blah. You know, it goes into every different line item. But I don't want to waste the committee's time. But if the principle is coming through, I would want to say, Chairperson, that is what that type of report must come clear, and so that we can actually see that it speaks to the irregular expenditure of that. Can the HOD indicate, has there been CRO investigations done by the unit? Let's say in this financial year, because we are now also dealing with new irregular expenditure of 192 million rand, and I'm asking myself, is there CRO investigations into this HOD? Because it just then talks about a proactive stance of accountability. HOD, maybe just a lack of information that's maybe not in the file, but from my side is just to make sure that the department is doing what it should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smile. Honorable Mabuta.
Thanks, Chair. I think my GNU partner here stole some of my points. However, Chair, I've got a few questions and comments. Chair, the AG says in their report that the department has done a lot to eradicate the pit latrines. However, they are taking a few steps to ensure that the safety around those latrines it's prioritized. So now, I don't know whether, Chair, this question is going to fall in this particular question, because I've been trying to relate on what the AG said and what is in the document, but I can see you somewhere, somehow, I can just try to squeeze it in with your permission, Chair.
Yeah, as long as it is within question 2.
Can squeeze it, yeah. I think it fits there, Chair. Equally on the issue of the man and stuff. Chair, in 2013, there was a terrible case which occurred in our province of Michael Goma, whereby a young boy with a very bright future fell into a pit latrine, and that led to his demise. And then the High Court situated here in Polokwane gave clear directives to the department that by 2031, we don't want to see any pit latrine in our schools. So therefore, go and come up with an action plan that will speak to that. So, based on the report of the AG and based on what the department is saying here, the AG is saying that currently the department has done well. There's got 91%. There's got 91%. There's achieved 91%. I mean, it's 564 that had inadequate sanitation, and currently 516, which equates to 91%, have got adequate sanitation, and they've been issued with completion certificates. Now, as this committee, one of our interests is ensuring that what happened to Mike Goma doesn't happen to any other person, young, either in primary or high school. It doesn't have to happen to any other person. Therefore, Chair, my question to the department is that how far are they in terms of ensuring that this becomes a reality, And then number 2 is that we are informed that in some of the areas, in some of the schools where you have eradicated these pit latrines, no, not eradicated, where you have come up with adequate sanitations, the pit latrines still exist, therefore posing a serious harm and danger to our kids. And in some instances, there are principals that are chasing away, I don't know whether to say your contractors who are there to demolish and so on. Therefore, it means that there is a problem within there's a gap within the department that someone somehow is not communicating a particular message. Therefore, which can lead to an eventuality of a kid falling into a pit. Therefore, I just want to check that in as much as you are bringing this new sanitations, what are you doing to ensure that the existing latrines are safer to our kids? And then the other issue is that, no child will fall into those latrines. And then the other issues on, the ratio per toilet. Want to check, how do you determine this school deserves to have, because the enrollment is high, it deserves 20 toilets, maybe 5 for boys, 15 for girls, and so on. How do you determine that ratio? And then the other question will be on on one page. Oh yeah, I found it. Chair, the other issue is that Lemana, in as much as we are talking about, we spoke about the stagnant audit outcomes, but Lemana will always, even next year when we come, you will still be briefed about Lemana. What decisive action are you taking to ensure that the people around that facility get, I don't know whether they want a college or whether they want a school, but we know if it's a college, it's outside of your competence. But there's public money that has been invested, and we can't just fold our arms or throw our eyes to the sky and say that maybe God will prevail, then there will be finality. The people of this particular village will agree with the department finalizing this project. Just want to check, are there construction mafias in that particular area, or are there some sophisticated mafias who don't want to see our people receiving service delivery they so deserve? And then lastly, Chair, is that the issue of implementing agents. The AG was explaining to us here that even though you take some of your projects to be implemented by implementing agents, however, you are still supposed to account on they said you are supposed to account on something. There's somewhere where you have to account. Therefore, Chair, I just want to check with the department that in as much as they are allocating this IAs, these projects of theirs, and if they don't have this M&E mechanisms in place, the department will not be able to improve on its audit outcomes, because whatever is happening on the left-hand side is negatively affecting them. So, and a case study will be this one of Mvula. I think it's an eye-opener. So what, beyond the plans that you have put in place, that Mvula Trust will then appoint someone to monitor you, improve your quality, internal quality controls and stuff. Are we not going to witness a similar occurrence? Are we not going to sit here again and discuss the similar thing in the next financial year? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Namtuloni and Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nemomuruni Tamberin Colbert. I just want to know in Annex 2, B1, Section 100 report, in page 102, page 102, you see it. On that one, MAC, on page 102, because of the irregular expenditure of 191729 million rand incurred, there were some of the directives issued to the MAC of Education in page 102. And I believe that if those directives were implemented, we could have been in a situation where maybe we reduce that irregular expenditure. My question, MAC, is that did you fully implement those directives so that it helps in terms of reduction of that particular irregular expenditure? That is contained in page 102, a very smart and straightforward directives. Then the other one is partly covered by the advocate to be Honorable Mavuta. Only man. I mean, it's for more than 10 years. More than 10 years. The project is there. Equal to the segment of your outcome from the AG. More than 10 years there. One contractor appointed. There was just a report that the community wished to change from college to school, and also the Department of Public Works is there, and you are there. But in 2021 and 2022 financial year, management has failed to implement the AG recommendations. And the 1 billion worth question is why the department failed in 2021 and 2022, why the department failed to implement the AG recommendations. And also there is a non-compliance on with section 38(1)(d) of the PFMA, and that resulted in the material irregularity of 3.4 million, and a notification was communicated to the accounting officer on 30 September 2024. What is the current status now? And also on the target achieved, I've seen the monitoring of the safety of the schools and also the classroom, development, the infrastructure development. Do you have, as we are speaking here, the list of the backlog where you have to change the situation or increase or innovate schools so that our learners can learn in a safety environment? Do you have the backlog of those schools? And if possible, how many schools? Thank you very much.
Honorable Mantata Hassan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm still Caroline Matrudi Mantata Mahasela. You know, when you ask some questions and then you find that already honorable members have talked on them, it's a problem, especially when you are number last. Honorable members and the team, what we call Hollywood actors, I don't know, but I think Honorable Mabucha and Honorable Nempunguluni has covered me. They've covered me, especially on this thing of pig toilets, because we know that when it comes to demolition the pig toilets, it must be appropriate. And if it is not like that, it's going to have a negative impact on the lives of learners and educators. So these pig toilets, I heard the Treasury saying that there is a problem of when you send a team to go and demolish the toilets, there are certain principals who will say, no, our toilets don't have to be demolished. So I want to know, do you send a team where you find that they are going to demolish the toilets, and then are there new toilets that will be built in that area or in those schools? So I want to know as to whether you just send them to go and demolish, whereas there are no other toilets or proper toilets which have been erected. And then for those principals who do not want the schools to, the toilets to be demolished, what do you do about that? Are they kings? You just leave them like that, right? Principal so are you afraid of them? What consequence management do you take on those principals who do not want the pit toilets to be demolished? Concerning Limana College, there's a very serious problem about that school. In 2019, as the committee, because I used to sit on that education committee, we visited that school and we found that everything is in tatters. The cables, the school is fine, but there's no monitoring, there's no, there's nothing which is taking place there. But we found that the school has been occupied by a certain high school learners, and the principal told us that where they are, the school is not good for them. That is why they went to occupy Lemana College. So we want to ask the department, what is happening there? Because the construction started in 2013 on the 28th of March, and it was supposed to be finished or completed on the 15th of October 2015. But still today, you find that construction is still taking place. And the department will always say the construction is in progress. So we want to know what is really happening now as we are seated here. Is the school functional? What is happening really? We want you as the department to tell us. There was also a non-compliance by the department. I think Honorable Nempungurun talked on it about section 38(1)(d) of the PFMA material irregularity of 3.4 million. So we want you to tell us what did you do about that, about this material irregularity of 3.4 million, because I heard somebody say that you didn't know about this material irregularity thing. This one of section 38(1)(d) of the PFMA. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe just to take from where you have ended in terms of the people trends, and one honorable member raised the issue of communication. That it seems like what happens on the left, the right does not know what is happening. And I agree we're not staying in heaven, we're on this earth and we know that is what is happening. You find that a contractor comes to school to say, I've been given a number of schools to demolish this, and by the time learners are in class, how can you allow a toilet to be demolished while there's no alternative? When you ask him, I don't know about any other thing, what I know is just that I am here to demolish. I've given that contract. Hence the issue of communication. Because if these things were moving concurrently, the contract for demolition and the other one who is coming with a alternative, there was never going to be a confusion. So let's just wrap it by saying the issue of communication needs to be strengthened so that one person must not come and say I'm demolishing what you don't have alternative. You can't keep learners the whole day in class if they don't have an alternative sanitary facility. Maybe I wanted to add on that, but also to give context to it. To say, indeed, remember, as a teacher, you are responsible for those learners and their well-being. So at a particular stage, if they don't have a toilet, then we just have to say, go home because there's no toilet at 11 o'clock and you are losing contact time. But what I also want to ask is on question number G, whereby the accounting officer is just saying they wrote letters to official. That is when they were asked about the irregular expenditure. What did the executing authority take action? What action did she or he take against the accounting office? And then it was just the accounting officer in turn wrote letters to the officials. Like, what letters? MC. That is what I raised earlier to say. We must not have half-long responses, so that after I read the response, I must have another question on top of that particular question. If there were written warnings, let it be written warnings. If it is just writing letters, what letter? That you are, whatever. So let it be specific. But I want to go back to the letters that, or the communication between the HOD and the Treasury. Firstly, the first letter, I did not see the letter from the HOD, but I saw the response from the Treasury in terms of the two cases, cases where we were talking about lost documents and you were looking for condoned for this matter to be condoned. And I'm aware that later in the January communique, it was condoned. But there is this issue which Honorable Small has raised, the issue of scholar transport. As much as we are saying, why didn't you open the case? But it is also saying you must determine the loss. You must also tell us about the consequence management. We have not heard you, when answering this question, talking about any other thing that you have done with regard to this case. It is just lying there, and then nothing is happening. And that this thing happened, the letter was forwarded to you in October. So you are not even updating. That is why we are here for, to update us on these issues. To say since Treasury recommended, after we requested condonation and he recommended 1, 2, 3, we are on this stage. I think we were going to appreciate if you could have indicated that. But the other thing, the same meeting said on the 25th, or another response was forwarded to you on the 15th of January, whereby it is indicating that the Section 100 issue was condoned. But there were another 4 issues that we requested to be condoned. That the department said you must resubmit certain information, and you don't hear you say we have resubmitted. You are silent about this. The issue of Mvula Trust again on the water and sanitation services for the period for 18 months. We also have the issue of the department did not consider pre-qualification criteria when awarding a tender of water and sanitation project. Bid documents did not specify the percentage of the subcontract. The Treasury said resubmit. How far are you? Have you resubmitted? On this one, we may because it is recent. But at least if you said we are still working on it, we understand. We know that it might still be the process of responding to the Treasury, but you are saying nothing. At least you could have said something. And the other one is the department appointed Stati and Mimi traveling agency for the procurement of toner and what. And then the procurement was not fair and economical as the prices were inflated and not. There's no report on this one. The Treasury rejected. He said resubmit because there's no sufficient information for him to take action or to continue with the condonment. And then on that one here, Section 100, at least it is showing that it has been condoned, and maybe it will be the end of it in our books. It will be removed from the register. But what about these other very serious issues where people are deliberately not complying with the regulations, and we're just quiet? So the issue of consequence management, as we go through your document, is very, very, very minimal. It's very, very minimal. So we are saying, why are you quiet on this issue after the Treasury has recommended that you take action? Yeah, MEC, I'm proposing that, I hope that you're noting, that maybe we break for lunch now, and then when you come back, we continue with the responses. Can you come back? Roadblock?
Roadblock, yeah.
Is my watch? Yeah, roadblock.
Yeah, it's fine.
much, colleagues. We are back from lunch and I hope we enjoyed it. We were at a point where the MEC was about to respond to their questions, to the follow-up questions on irregular expenditure. MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Mabule Ramakanya, MSc for Education in Limpopo. We want to appreciate the questions that have been directed to us as part of clarity-seeking questions on question 2. I'm going to request the HOD to start on answering the questions, then I will comment as we conclude. Over to you, Acting HOD.
My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department. Thanks, MEC and Chairperson. Can I ask Ndate Malachi to start and just give a summary of the infrastructure issues? Ndate Malachi.
Thank you, HOD. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for physical resources. The first question relates to our process of eradication of pit latrines in schools, what we normally call Komapi case. The progress, there was a question relating to the progress. The progress is currently as follows. This is in line with the last report we submitted to court. In priority 1, which is schools which are relying completely on pit latrines, we had 564 schools in this priority. We have completed 544. Which translates into 96%. Priority 2, we've got 1,579 schools. We have completed 605, which is 38%. I must indicate that in terms of the planned implementation of this priority, started in the 2024-2025 financial year. Priority 3, which is still further, we've got 1,524 schools. We have completed 1,127, which translates to 73%. The question in terms of how far we are with the process, we are winding down priority 1. In terms of our plans, we are expecting to have all schools outstanding, which are 20 in this priority, completed by the end of this financial year, except for a few schools where we terminated contractors due to non-performance and are in the process of appointing replacement contractors. Okay, yes, the issue of the ratio, sanitation ratio, toilet seat per learner ratio in our schools. It is guided by the norms and standards, and we are looking at a ratio of 1:22 seats. And when seats is the seat 22 seats. And the seat also includes
Mr. Malachi. Mr. Malachi, I'm not sure if you're audible, but
we're struggling.
Yeah. Is he audible on the court? No. But we are struggling to.
You are struggling?
Yeah.
We're struggling to.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now I'll use my Sunday voice. I was still saying, in terms of the ratio, it's one seat to 22 learners to 1 seat, and these seats, obviously, when you count them, they also include runners. So a runner is counted as a seat. Okay, there was a question also relating to summarize it, we appointed a contractor at Lemana some time back to renovate and upgrade Lemana with the intention to use it as a secondary school. This contractor, first contractor was terminated due to non-performance, and the second contractor was appointed. The second contractor did some work, but later terminated the contract because the conditions were unbearable. The second contractor had challenges with the community because they were making a lot of demands, and eventually decided to terminate the contract. I think around that time, we were engaging with the community because we wanted to understand what the issue is and why they were giving the second contractor a hard time. We actually picked up that the community is not interested in a secondary school there. They have actually been writing to the Department of Higher Education for some time, requesting that facility to be repurposed into a TVET college. So as we engaged, we actually realized that as Department of Basic Education, we cannot continue investing in that project because we will not be able to use it. So through this engagement, I think we ended up also writing to the Department of Higher Education so that we can have an engagement with them, also for them to clarify their position in relation to that facility. That is the reason why we have not really gone back there to actually complete that project, because it is never going to be used as a secondary school. So there are these engagements that are happening between us and higher education, and once those engagements obviously have been concluded, there will be a direction as to which way do we go. But we have also heard from the community that they have not been very successful in terms of their requests from the to the Department of Higher Education in terms of this particular issue. The issue of demolition of pits, I must indicate that we've got a program of land that we have submitted to court, which we are implementing in line with the 3 priorities. But we also realized as a department that historically we've got projects which we implemented, which where new sanitation facilities were constructed, but the old ones were never demolished. And we have discussed the reasons. In some cases, principals will have a problem. In some cases, there will be this issue that they will use them for sanitary tours and all of that. So we had a backlog of pit latrines. We then came up with a project which was aimed at only solely to go and demolish the pit latrines, which we started and we are busy rolling it out. In fact, we are at the tail end of that process. What we're doing also was to also respond to the issue of pit latrines which were demolished but not in an environmental friendly manner. Sometimes some pit toilets were just demolished, the pits were left there, and they still continue to pose a risk to the members. So in this case, our program was to use honeysuckers and then demolish the pits, and then compact, and then we also plant trees where we have demolished the pits. So this program was solely aimed at demolishing these pits. And I would like to agree that we have had, even though our program was clear, we have had sporadic incidences where these buildings were demolished and the schools were depending completely on them. And those cases have been reported to us, and we are dealing with them. And what I also want to indicate is that schools where we found that upon our demolition of pit latrines will not have any form of sanitation, we provided them with chemical toilets, which we understand that can be a permanent feature in our schools. So those schools, immediately, we put them on a program to build new sanitation facilities, which one of our implementing agencies can be used. Okay, yeah, I'm apparently things are just advising that I might have missed something. I'm just going to talk about our relationship with implementing agents. Because of the scale of infrastructure work that we are conducting, we're actually using implementing agents. But what we do is we enter into service level agreements with implementing agents, which govern our relationship with them. From time to time, obviously, there will be issues between us, and we have dealt with this before. We would allocate projects in a 3-year cycle in terms of our SLA. At some point, we had reduced that allocation from one of our IAs, I think the Trust in particular, because of challenges of non-performance. We are on a monthly basis engaging with IAs to highlight areas where we are unhappy with their performance. We are also writing quarterly reports to IAs. I think what will eventually happen when an IA persists in terms of their non-performance is we reduce their allocation. Currently, we have actually tried to ramp up in-house technical capacity. You see that we are beginning to increase the number of projects that we are implementing on our own internally. We've got a panel of contractors, we've got a panel of consultants. We are beginning to increase the capacity internally so that we can also be able to implement some of these projects, especially in cases where we are not very happy with the conduct and performance of implementing agents.
My name is Martin Mashaba, the THOD, Department of Education. I think Mr. Malachi has responded to a few of the questions. There were questions about the issue of us opening cases with the police on the irregular expenditure on scholar transport. We do have case numbers. The cases were opened, and some of them have already gone beyond investigation. Now they are at a point of prosecution, but we can provide the details with the case numbers indicating exactly when was it opened and what is the progress now. But we do, once, as you recall from the previous submissions, once we detect from either the AG finding or from our own investigation that there is a potential for fraud, is then taken over to our risk, who will then look at it, and if indeed they discover that there is possibility of fraud, then it's taken over to the to the Hawks or the subs to investigate. I think the issue of implementing agents we have dealt with, the manner we have dealt with. Backlog of register of schools, we do have a register, and what we are currently doing is that we are updating our assessment, conditional assessment. So we are done with the special schools, so more or less we know what our special schools, what their needs are, and therefore that will then inform us on the program of how to attend to all of them, and the program is now going to all the schools. That will then update the report that we are, or the plan that we are going to put in place to attend to the challenges that we have in our schools. Then we have noted, Chairperson, on the issue where you were indicating that we didn't indicate how our response to the information that came from the letter of Treasury, but we can provide the information. We just thought we would give the latest as to what has happened. But we will also look at all the detailed response to all the irregular expenditures. The issue of the appointees to attend the meetings of Mvula Trust and all implementing agents, it was there in the past, but the challenge was that we just did not have capacity because the meetings were just so many that, and if you recall at that stage, there were very few people in infrastructure. And now with them having to monitor projects and other related, for them to go and sit in those meetings because we must have somebody's specification evaluation and bid adjudication. We just did not have the manpower to do that. But we do note that where Mvula Trust is saying that they have invited us, we didn't attend. That is something that we will look at as to who was supposed to attend and why didn't they attend. Okay, I think I've covered, let me see the issues that I noted here. No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mabungule Ramakanya, MSc for Education in Limpopo. I think we have tried to summarize the issues as raised. Maybe I can just comment on two issues briefly. The one here, the directives, as the honorable members were asking, it's work in progress. We have actually noticed in the sixth administration, there was progress on those bullet points that you members were referring to. We have moved in terms of IT, OTP is leading. We have started to implement, and you'll know that even now we have even started to do e-recruitment and all these things as part of saying how do we enhance and work on IT issues in the province. We agreed as at an executive level that OTP will lead, the Office of the Premier will lead in that. In the sixth administration, there was a document compiled by Treasury where they did an analysis of qualification and capacity of CFO's offices. It's a document that is work in progress, and I'm sure on our side we'll be dealing with it as we look at those points. So I just felt that these two issues, I should say it, or we have started to work on them. The last thing, Chair, in terms of the sanitation, now when we build schools, I thought maybe Mr. Malachi will say it, there is a separation of the toilets in terms of the grades as well. The ones that are in the grade RR and R, their toilets are next to their internal, so the teacher is able to supervise. Then your lower grades, which is your 1, 2, 3, they have got a separate than the bigger ones. And the game changer for me here, when I saw it, I was so excited, is that even manufacturers now have started to manufacture those Happy Feet small bowels, so which a child can never go through. It's a game changer. It might have come because we lost a life, but even the manufacturers, now you walk to CTM, you find that small thing. Know that it is for your Happy Feet in your ECDs and our lower primaries. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you. Is there any other follow-up question? If none,
Chairperson, just a guidance on the report that can be provided. The HOD did make mention that they can suffice that report with the case numbers and stuff. I think it must still come to the committee at some point in a week's time or 2 weeks or a month or 5
yeah,
weeks.
I think
it must come.
We'll deal with it on the item of way forward.
Okay.
But I just want to raise an issue, but maybe we'll discuss it in another forum. The issue of the ratio of 1:22. How practical is that? Looking at what we are providing, it means no school is complying to this ratio.
Yeah, they know.
No school will never ever comply with this ratio. So I think at a particular time we should sit down and say how to comply, or maybe the ratio somebody who came up with this ratio was too ambitious, or what? But it's not practical. Looking at the capacity of our province. So let's go to question number 3. Who's taking it? Honorable Maida?
Are you not ready? I can take it, Chair.
No, thank you.
If my name is not ready,
it's not.
It's never
You will delegate it this side.
Chairperson of the portfolio. Okay. Honorable Mabuja.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Greetings, Chair, greetings, members. MEC and your staff. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Question 3 of the 2022-23 financial year. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing authority. On page 190 of the annual report, the department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year amounting to 23,475,000 cumulative fruitless and wasteful expenditure as at 31 March 2023 amount to 32.598 million. 32.598 million. Number A. Why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Number B. Provide a breakdown of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Number C. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? Number D. Who are the responsible officials? Number E. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? Number F. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and responsible officials? Number G. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Yeah, that's all the questions for financial year 22-23. I'll now go to 23-24. Question 3 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing authority. On page 203 of the note of the annual financial statement, the department recorded a fruitless and wasteful expenditure closing balance of 22.79 million, of which 54,000 was confirmed for the 2023-2024 financial year. Open brackets, recurring matter from 2022-23 financial year, close bracket. Question A. Why the department incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 54,000? Number B. How much of the total fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 22.79 million was recovered from the responsible officials? Number C. Who are the responsible officials? Number D. What actions were taken against the responsible officials? Number E. Which measures were taken to prevent the recurrence of that result? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabucha. MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Mavungu Ramakanya, MEC for Education. We welcome the questions under question 3. With your indulgence, I'm going to request the acting HOD to lead us in responding to the question asked by the Honorable Member. Acting HOD.
My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department Education. Starting with a file for the financial year, March 2023. The first one was why there was that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We indicate there that the first case was that of pension deductions which would have gone to the GEPF during the former Leboa government. Unfortunately, it was at that stage the GEPF and the GPAA who are administering the pensions decided that these people do not qualify for pension. They then took the matter to court, and then the court ruled in their favor, and unfortunately that then happened during our times, and then there was an amount of 23 million which the officials had to be paid, and that was done. So that is the first one, is that 23 million that comes from the former era. And then the next one was on ESCOM. We had also a interest that was charged by ESCOM, and on page 10 we provide the details of all that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It goes up to page 18, up to page 18. Then on page 18, number C, it says how much of the fruitless expenditure did the department recover. As we indicated, the 23 million was something that came from the previous era, and none of the responsible officials are still in the employ of the government, so there was no action that could be done and no recovery was made. With regards to the telecom one, we are saying those ones were written off as they were caused by timing differences between provincial bus dates and the ESCOM matter. The one on under there for telecom, this one also is related, or maybe if I go to this one, the municipal accounts, most of the times we struggle with the amount that schools do not pay when they're supposed to pay. Now, when we come to bail them out at the end of the year, when their electricity is switched off, then we are forced to pay the interest, and we are then engaging the municipality to say, if we pay you, agree that we must write off the interest. And I think we are winning in that regard, so the interest will be written off. And we do indicate that under number D, that I think we struggled, Chairperson, and maybe we need to put it on record. We struggled a bit, and we think maybe the wording under first bullet point, we should have coined it differently. Because if you read it, and in hindsight, it's saying that the previous MEC was responsible for this. But the reason why we put it here, as I said, I think in hindsight we shouldn't have done that. But the reason why he was put here is because in the court order, he was cited as a respondent, but still it does not say he was responsible. So maybe we need to correct that. As I've said previously, the officials responsible for this are long out of the system. So, but in the response we had said the MEC and the then HOD and the legal services, simply because they were the ones who were handling the case, not that they caused the 23 million rand unwanted expenditure. Then for the 19 million and 19,000, we are saying because that was due to a timing difference between bus and the run date of ESCOM, we could not find anybody responsible for that. And number E, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? As I indicated on 19, no action was taken, as we also want to correct that one. Is not that the MEC and the HOD and the director are out, simply because they are not the cause of this. They were just in office at the time when this matter was finalized. And the same as number 2, we are saying that no action was taken, as this was due to a timing difference. F, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and responsible officials? And as indicated, for the 23 million rand, no action was taken. And also for the 19,000, we have indicated that this was due to a timing error. G, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? We are saying there that the 23 million was a once-off, and therefore it's not something that was expected to recur. But currently, at the bottom of page 19, you will see that we are saying there that the current conditions of employment are such that an employee appointed either contributes to GEPF or is paid 37% in lieu of benefits. So that cause of that problem, we are confident that it will not recur. With regards to ESCOM, we are saying there that currently ESCOM, we have agreed with them, they will email us their invoices, and we have put there on page 87 and 88 an example of the invoices that they have emailed to us, which we can then pay. We don't have to wait for the physical invoice. With regards to the municipal interest, the province currently has an intergovernmental forum which is chaired by Coxstar, where all departments come and they discuss the debts that the municipalities are saying they are owed to them, and then the issues are negotiated there, and most of the times they are settled. And we are also saying that the schools have been advised to move from conventional meters to move to prepaid, and some of them, they were using the three-phase meters electricity, which was quite expensive for them. Then if we go to, I think that's the other one I've mentioned, if we go to the 2024 file, 2024, the first question, why did the department, that is on page 8, why did the department incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure? We indicate the breakdown of the expenditure, the 54,000 where it's coming from. Again, you can see it's mostly ESCOM and municipalities. On page 9, how much of the fruitless expenditure was recovered? Now we are saying of that, of the total 20 million that was fruitless and wasteful, 170,000 has been subjected to a loss, and this amount was written off a loss determination. So basically, we discovered that the amount should not be classified as fruitless and wasteful. And then, but included in that 20 million, the bulk of it is 16 million. That refers to the SARS matter, which you will see that it has been reflected as a material irregularity. And the process of clearing that, we are saying that we are taking it through the Financial Misconduct Board to advise on how we can finalize this, and the process is at an advanced stage of finalization. And who are the responsible officials? Then we indicate these, the first lot there, these are the ones who processed that SARS that SARS matter. So basically, as you'll see in the report, it's just that they used the wrong code, and because of using a wrong code, tax was not deducted from the pensions or the salaries of these employees. And we indicate some of them have already left the system, but the letters on page 10, number D, under what actions was taken, we are saying that there, you see on page 245, the officials who are still in the system have been written letters for them to indicate why action should not be taken against them. They have done that. We can just that here we're just indicating what was happening at the time, but the process to deal with their issue is underway. But as I indicated, it was not only us who had this problem. There were other provinces that had similar challenges, and it was just something that should not have appeared on PERSAL. They just left it there, and unfortunately, these officials used the wrong code. Which measures were taken to prevent the recurrence of, in that regard, is still on page 10, number E. And we have indicated with ESCOM, we are now having a dedicated email address where the ESCOM can send their invoices so that we can pay in time. And then with regards to municipalities charging us interest, I've indicated that we are engaging with them so that when we pay, then they should write off that interest. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the responses. Maybe honorable members, as you are preparing to ask questions, I want to start with this one of SARS. I was trying to locate where I got the information where you were saying there were 2 codes on the system and the department failed to inform employees or officials that they must no longer use the code and they have to use the other one. There is that statement there that I can't locate it now. But later, after they've done that mistake, then they are charged. I think the person who must be charged here is the one who failed to issue instructions. Because there's an acknowledgement that they were not told that there are two codes, ignore that one, use that one. Even their letters, as they were going to respond, they were responding, they indicate that. One of them even said, we inquired from the head office and they said no, because that one is giving you problems, use this one. So, as you are proceeding with the process, please identify the real person who must account for this mistake. And on the issue of ESCOM and the telecom and municipalities, the committee recommended that, because you've realized that almost all the departments are having this fruitless and wasteful expenditure because of the bus run and the time of billing of those institutions. We said at the executive level, come up with, and I can see that you have already taken some steps to deal with that. Maybe if at the executive level you can make it an item and see how you can help other departments or come up with a permanent solution, because you can't have irregular fruitless expenditure every year. If you add all of them, I believe that there will be more than 500 million for the government. So at a level of executive, please deal with it. Even as Scopa will make it a resolution, and even when we're going to interact with your premier, then we'll be able to recommend that it be dealt centrally, and we have a common approach on the same issue. Colleagues, do you have questions on regular expenditure? So, Honorable Macheta?
It's Macheta, please. It's not necessarily a question, but just to add on the responses to clear the three mentioned persons in the name of, I think you will go that for your own, but I'm saying let's clear that because it goes further to implicate as and when you read the responses further. So it must not only be on this aspect, you must also deal with the other responses of your facts.
Thank you. But the other thing that I wanted to ask is I can see on that list here the wasteful expenditure up to 131, the total is 48,525. And you also have at number C, the telecom only of 19,731. But as you go further, it looks like the 19,000 is within the 48,000. Or can I be clarified on that? Because on that list of the fruitless and wasteful, telecom is there, is indicated there as one of the institutions where you accumulate interest, but later it is alone indicating the interest for 90,000. So can you assist me with that regard?
Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department of Education. Let's apologize for that mistake, Chairperson. If you look at number D, number D is where there is a mistake. Number D says it's ESCOM. It's actually supposed to be telecom. But you see under number D, on number D bullet point number 2, it says 19,000. No official is held liable as the interest incurred were due to timing differences between provincial advisories and the due dates. So that is where we made a mistake.
Yes, but my question is not even on that. My question is that on B, provide a breakdown of fitness and work expenditure from 1 to 131. ESCOM, municipality, telecom, they are mentioned, all of them there, and a total of 48,575. And then on C, we have telecom, 19,000. So my question is the 19,000 only for telecom, and we have got 48,000 separate, which does not include the telecom areas or interest?
Martin Mashaba, acting head of Department Education. It's Chairperson, it's included in that list. The 48,000 includes the 19,000.
No, thank you. I just wanted to understand because it was confusing me. Yeah, if there are no other questions, Honorable Mulun.
It's just an input, Chairperson. My name is Mulun Colbert. On E, on what measures were taken to prevent the recurrence in that regard. On that 1 year telecom, when you send the statement to the districts, then when you come to global municipality, the measures, you are saying, measures put in place are to perform monthly reconciliation. But for me, I don't understand that because monthly reconciliation is a must. Unless if you are saying, as the department, you were not doing it previously, then it can now become a measure. But a monthly reconciliation is a must. And therefore maybe to add or to have any additional task, I don't know. But unless, I just want to know the clarity there so that I just understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to respond?
Martin Mashaba, acting head of Department Education. Indeed, no, we agree the monthly reconciliations should be done. Maybe we should have elaborated a bit on it. But what is currently happening, there are two things that are happening in the department. As I said, we have the forum where these matters are discussed. But in districts which we want to also extend to other districts, the district director expects the schools that monthly they need to send her the reconciliation where they will say, this is how much I was charged, I've paid so much, and this I agree with, this I don't agree with. So that is what we want to enforce that all districts do, because if they don't do that, we only pick up at the end of the year, and they are also surprised the same with us when they hear that a school has been switched off. But we do agree that it's a standard practice which we want schools to do themselves. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let's move to question 4. Who's taking it?
Question 4. Read from date March 2023 financial year. Question 4. In immovable tangible capital asset, excluding authority.
Your name, Honorable Maila.
So I am Oli Maila, member of Scopa, sorry. Question 4. In immovable tangible capital asset, executing authority in paragraph 3 of the Auditor General's report, the department did not recognize immovable tangible capital asset in accordance with Chapter 11 of the Modified Cash Standard. Capital asset, the AG identified completed and in-use assets that are incorrectly classified as work in progress. In immovable target capital asset disclosed in Note 21 to the financial statement are understated by 1.440 billion and work in progress overstated by the same amount in Note 39.2 to the financial statement. Question A, why did the department fail to recognize the immovable target capital asset in accordance with Chapter 11 of the Modified Cash Standard Capital Asset? B, why did the department understate immovable tangible capital asset and overstate the work in progress? Number C, who are the responsible officials? Number D, what action did the department take against the responsible officials? Number E, what measures did accounting officer put in place to prevent this anomaly? Question 4, 30 March 2024 financial year, file in immovable tangible capital asset qualification paragraph. Executing authority in paragraph 3 of the Auditor General report, the department did not recognize immovable tangible capital asset in accordance with Chapter 11 of the Modified Cash Standard Capital Asset. The AG identified completed and in-use assets that are incorrectly classified as work in progress. Consequently, immovable tangible capital asset disclosed in note 40 to the financial statement were understated by 1,766 billion, and work in progress overstated by the same amount in note 40.2 to the financial statement. Recurring matters from 2022-2023 financial year. Question, why did the department not recognize the immovable tangible capital asset in accordance with Modified Cash Standard Capital Assets? Why were the immovable tangible asset understated by 1,766? Number C, why was the same amount of 1,766,060 overstated? Who are the responsible officials? What action did the executive authority take against the responsible officials? Number F, which measures did accounting officer put in place to cap recurrence thereof? Thanks. Thank you very much.
That is F. It's up to F. Thank you very much. Maybe before I can even open MEC, maybe B and C is it the same amount, or there is an omission or an inclusion of 6? As you are responding, MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Mabungule Ramakanya, MSc for Education in Limpopo. We want to welcome question 4 for both the year 2023 and the year 2024 as asked by the Honorable Member. I am going to request the acting HOD to lead us in answering the question. Over to you, HOD.
My name is Martin Mashaba, acting head of Department of Education. Starting with the report, the responses to the 2023 financial year. On page 20 is where the question starts. 21, it says, why did the department fail to recognize the immovable tangible capital assets in accordance with Chapter 11 of the MSC, the modified cash standard, and our response is that the department did not have a standard operation procedure in place to guide the classification of assets. The absence of the SOP made it possible for errors to occur during the verification. This has since been corrected, and the SOP has been finalized, and we have attached that SOP on the page 94. Then number B, why did the department overstate movable tangible capital assets and overstate the work in progress? And we are saying the response, the department did not have a standard operating procedure in place. And the same, we are saying that the absence of the SOP made it possible for errors to occur during the verification, and this has since been corrected, and the SOP has been finalized. Number C, who are the responsible officials? Response, Mr. Malachi N.I., Chief Director, Fiscal Resources, and Ms. Rambau M.M., Director, Infrastructure Delivery. Number D, what actions did the department take against the responsible officials? No action was taken. The missing control mechanism in the form of the SOP was developed. Number E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this anomaly? We are saying that the department is currently using the developed standard operating procedure, which was developed as a control mechanism. And then moving over to the 2024 financial year, the question 4 starts on page 10. On page 11, number A, why did the department not recognize the new tangible capital assets in accordance with the modified cash standards capital assets? Response, there was a mistake in capturing project numbers for 2 projects. This then resulted in the 2 projects not being moved from the work in progress register to the completed projects register, and ultimately incorrect recognition in the financial statements. Number B, why were the immovable tangible capital tangible assets understated by 1,766 billion? Response, the understatement was due to a technical error on the Excel spreadsheet that is used to maintain the work in progress and completed projects asset registers was being updated. There was a mistake in capturing project numbers for 2 projects. This then resulted in the 2 projects not being moved from the work in progress register to the completed project register, and ultimately incorrect recognition in the financial statements. And on number C, Chairperson, our apology, that last 6 should not be there. It should be the same amount on top, which is 1.766 billion. And why was the amount of 1.76 billion overstated? Response, the reason for the overstatement of the work in progress are the same as the understatement of completed projects, since one is the inverse of the other. That is, the amount by which the completed projects was understated is the same amount that the work in progress will be. That should be our apology. That should be overstated. So it should be just the opposite of each other, as they both relate to and are a result of projects not being moved from the work in progress to completed projects. D, who are the responsible officials? Malachi N.I., Chief Director, Fiscal Resources, and Ms. Rambau M.M., Director, Infrastructure Delivery. E, what action did the executive authority take against the responsible officials? Response, responsible officials were requested to provide written representation and outline strategies to prevent recurrence. Page 12, number F, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to curb recurrence thereof? Response, the department is in the process of migrating management and reporting of infrastructure projects from the manual Excel sheets to an electronic system that is used within the education sector. For this purpose is that EFMS that Mr. Malachi referred to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, is there a question?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbulin Chapelin Colbert. I just want to know on this understated 1.776 billion. That, from my understanding, there is no monitoring of these reports when there is a technical error which goes to all the offices until to the office of the AG. And for me, it's just part of ignorance or negligence, which is punishable by law. Also, on what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? That the responsible officials were requested to make representation and outline strategies to prevent that recurrence. And throughout this and on the other departments, some departments are taking actions against the responsible officials. But do we have maybe example where the department has taken the action so that other people will not repeat such a mistake? Because for a period of 10 years, if we are not taking actions against the culprits, and then we talk year in, year out, and then we talk about the mistake, we talk about the error, technical error, something like that. Do you think you will just move to a sound footing department in terms of the AG outcome?
I must indicate that you are done. I thought you were still continuing.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Mabji.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, mine is, I think it belongs here, but it's an issue of interest. Because we understand that the department, once it completes projects, it then registers them and transfers them to public works. Then the property belongs that of public works. Then what happens in a school whereby the enrollment was low, now you have transferred kids to another school? What then happens? Because what we see now in our townships is that those schools are vandalized, they are hubs for drug addicts. Public Works is not taking care of them. When you want to inquire with, you will never get an understanding as to who really takes care of those schools. But there's someone who's taking care, there's someone who will just be around the school. And when you want to make use of the facility, you are told to pay a certain amount and so on. There's water in those schools, there's electricity in those schools. Who then bears the cost of that particular school? Thanks.
Thank you very much. My Smalanyana one is on the action taken to officials. In 2022-2023, no action was taken. The missing control mechanism in the form of SOP was developed. I thought no action taken would be followed by an explanation or justification as why there was no need to take action. And 2023-2024, the written presentation, I was trying to look at the presentation here, and then we don't know, after the written those presentations, then what? Was it just hanging like that, or was the accounting officer was supposed to respond or acknowledge or say something about those presentations?
My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department of Education. Okay, we note there the issue about the officials who had requested to be advised on the code to be used. I think we would look at it, but as I indicated, the Treasury subsequently removed that code from PERSAL so that it could no longer be accessible. But at the time they were working they were together. In other districts, this matter did not occur. I think it only occurred in 2 districts. And what normally happens, if I need something, Dazemolo will come in. But what normally happens is that with PERSAL, the officials get constant training. Like if there is a change, PERSAL itself will send out a change notification to all users so that when you log in, it will tell you from now on this code, and there will be other training that the either Treasury or ourselves undertake. But I will, after completing Mr. Mulobi, if I've missed something, you can come in on that matter. Then the next question, if I captured it correctly, I think there was a concern to say if an error has occurred, was there no mechanism to monitor it up to reporting stage? There is a mechanism, and I think in this case it was just an error that could not be picked up. What happens when we prepare financial statements? We set up teams and we set up a timetable as to what must be done when. And it's led from the CFO's office, but all the different branches send people there. They sit, they look at the information that is coming, and if there is a mistake, then they are able to pick it up. In this particular instance, what had happened is that when those who were sitting to prepare the financial statements looked at the register, and they looked at the total, they looked at what was displayed or what was disclosed in the financials, everything looked okay, because this is a spreadsheet that would have over 1,000 projects. So everything looked okay. With your naked eye, you couldn't see it. But then when the reporting on the projects that were completed was made for our performance reporting, that is when it was picked up by the AG that what we have reported that side to say these are the schools that we have completed. And they go and check what was on the financials. Then they picked up that there was a problem. And so that's why we are reporting it as an error, which from the side of the people who are doing our reporting, our strategic planning unit, they should have been able to check whether indeed those projects were completed. And I think you will see that in the letter that we sent to the Chief Director for Strategic Planning, one of the things that we say they must explain is that he has not done proper monitoring. He has not made sure that his team does proper monitoring, and he had to explain why did that happen. But as I'm saying, Chairperson and members, we do have a system that has been put up to check these things, not only at year end, but also when we do our quarterly reporting. Then I think if I caught this question correctly, was action taken against the responsible officials? We should have indicated, I think, for the 2023, that the reason why no action was taken. When we take action, first of all, we look at whether is it, I'm just trying to think about the word, but where we say this person needs training, we need to train them. So that is the action that we take. Or this was due to negligence. And when it's negligence, it doesn't need training, and therefore that would be punitive. So in this case, the assessment was that the official has indicated now we have a standard operating procedure and we are going to implement it, and the department was happy that that matter was then resolved. But you will then see that now in the next year, the same official who's being charged Now we are not saying because you have an SOP, we are no longer going to charge you. But now we are saying it's like you know what you were supposed to do, you didn't do it, and that is why in the 2024 the response is slightly different. And also going to that, Chairperson, about the representations that were made. Indeed, the representations were made. They have gone through labor. Some of them have been finalized. I think there's just one or two that still have to be finalized, but they are being processed, and I think our plan was that before the end of February, all of them should be dealt with. But they are going through our labor unit to assess the response and then to advise as to what action should be taken. We have noted, I think, Dr. Malachi, I don't know if you can talk about the issue of the transfers. Yeah, let me ask Dr. Malachi to talk to the issue of the transfers, and then Dr. Mulopi, if there's something to add on that matter, you would add.
Thank you very much, HOD. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for physical resources. On the issue of transfer of unused properties or unused school buildings, we're actually busy with a process now because there is a lot of them which were left idle without being used due to issues of merger of schools and maybe other reasons. So we are busy with a process now to transfer all those assets to the Department of Public Works as the custodian of state property. So yeah, we do experience challenges here and there because as the Honorable was saying, in some cases they are occupied, they are used, and unfortunately Public Works does not accept them in that form. So you have to negotiate. Sometimes you don't even know who allowed these people to use the buildings. But yeah, the answer is that we are busy with the process. There's about 33 to 40 that we have already submitted files to Public Works to actually transfer them that side. So if there's an interest from any party to use the facilities, then they will have to engage the custodian so that they can enter into agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Naftali Mulope, acting DDG Corporate Management. Yes, it is indeed correct that on any changes on the codes and PESAL, there will be two notifications. There's notification that is put on the system, which would be an update to the users to say this is that. But there is again a notification to all PESAL controls for them to actually note that change. And what we normally encourage is that the PESAL controllers have to communicate with all users on frequent basis in terms of notifying them of whatever changes, irrespective of them appearing on the system. So it would appear in this case there's an argument from the side of the employees that they were not adequately communicated to for the changes that had occurred, and that is the reason they are giving. But we may have to check further with the PESAL controllers if ever there was that notification that was given, as the matter is further investigated. But indeed, PESAL would issue those indications of whatever changes that are there as far as the codes are concerned. And it appears that, Chair, in this case, I think it was more about the calculation of tax when people were paid in gratuities in the most. That is when they missed it. Because on appointments, and any payment that was due, it is happening within the tax table that is embedded in the system. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe still on that one. Indeed, the employees are saying so, but there is also a circular issued from the Department of Education under findings page 276. 276, from 275, and then on page 277, the department failed to communicate the necessary decision for PERSAL system on the implementation of the new code. So it is not the employees only that are saying we're not informed. Even the department is acknowledging that, and even it was signed by the CFO and the acting HOD. That is why I asked you to say, why are they subjected to this while there must be somebody in authority who is responsible for that? Yeah, maybe let's hear Honorable Machete and Honorable Mabuchi.
No, thanks very much, Machete Pesi, member of Scopa. I just want to get clarity on what the HOD is talking about. Because to me that constitutes dereliction of duty. Because in your compilation, if you can't see and you are making emphasis that you can't see it through naked eye, and it is your own product, is something that you are compiling, but it is picked up by Treasury. That says a lot about the same matter that we were trying to give us a sense in terms of what happened. And if there is a dereliction of duty, it would imply that some form of action must be done. It may not be an action that would be punishable, but it could perhaps take a form of a corrective measure. But I find it very difficult to understand that you're compiling something, you may not be able to identify it through naked eye, but it is able to identify it by treasure. I find it very difficult, and that to me constitutes a dereliction of duty. Unless if we're saying in the process, this is what we have done to correct, at least it will be able to give a sense. Thanks very much.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mabuchi.
Yeah, Chair. You see, I'm a bit confused after the explanation by Mr. Malach. Because, Chair, my understanding of the process is the department, through its implementing agent, is busy constructing a facility. Once the completion certificate is issued, the department then has an obligation to transfer this property to public works. Nah? So now, I understand there's a problem, they are moving from Excel to a digital system, but I want the department to think about an institution that is not new. It's an old institution which was used in the past. Currently, it's not in use. So my understanding is that after that institution was completed, let's say if it's a new process, after that institution was registered, it was then transferred into public works. It's a property of public works. So, but now, after the explanation, it's like that facility was never transferred back to public works. Not back, it was never transferred to public works in the first place. It has always been an asset of the department. Is that the case? If that is the case, Chair, then it means now I'm lost in terms of this thing here. Okay, work in progress, completed and what. Because I think that if Lori, it's a standard procedure, Lori, if a building is complete, then gets transferred to public works, then it should be public works that takes care of it. But if this is the case, then it means the cost of those buildings, because they are in operation, it means the electricity that is being used, the water, not only the municipal rates, is then the business of the department. So how do they go about in paying the municipalities and stuff for services that are rendered there?
No, yeah, Kohala. And that arises another question, yeah, do we know how many schools that are matched that are not functioning? Maybe if we can get that data and reconcile it with what the Department of Public Works is having. Because Public Works is also in the process of trying to consolidate the data on the infrastructure that they have to manage. So that we check, do you know GH France? It has been matched some time ago. Are you aware that it's not operating? Are you taking care of it? Or even if they're not taking care of it, is it recorded in their books that this is a government building? Maybe if you can approach that way, MEC, that at least we will be provided with all the number of schools that are matched and that are not in use. And it will also assist the Department of Public Works in consolidating the issue of infrastructure. But maybe let's give you a chance to. The other thing is that Mr. Malachi spoke of a process or a plan. I'm not sure if you have it in black and white or it's something that you are still going to develop to ensure that you are able to manage the issue of infrastructure. Well, let me see. Thank you, Mr. Malachi. Through you, acting HOD.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Isaac Malachi. I'm the Chief Director responsible for infrastructure of physical resources. The clarity we're trying to provide earlier. Remember, we've got schools, and Honorable Mabucha is actually correct, that once we have completed projects, we call them newly acquired assets, they must be transferred to Public Works. But currently, you are also talking about another aspect, which is unused buildings. Remember, a newly acquired asset, but we continue using it as the department who are the user. But once you are not, that a particular asset is no longer in use, Public Works will not know. So you must then surrender it back to Public Works. So Public Works might not know that that newly acquired asset, you are no longer using it as the department. That's why there is a process where we then surrender it back to Public Works because we are not using it. So what I was indicating is that there is a lot, and also just to indicate that the kind of assets we are talking about, some of them we might not even be sure if they were transferred to Public Works, because we are talking schools that were built 1950 something back there. So that's why we surrendered them to Public Works, so that Public Works as a custodian of state property can then take care of them. We have a bit of a backlog, but we are busy now. We have clarified the process with Public Works, and we are busy with governance reports, and we are transferring those properties back to Public Works. I think that's the clarity we are trying to provide. There was a question around the plan. I'm not so sure because we spoke about a lot of things. The plan I spoke to earlier about the pit latrines, we have it in place. I think we can share that plan as well as the progress report. I might have missed maybe another plan we spoke about.
Yeah, if you are answered, can we move to question number 5?
Maybe check.
Before question number 5.
Before question number 5. Chair, it seems like we're not sure. There's no clarity. Can we have clarity, MEC? Or which assets have they been transferred? Which assets have not been transferred? And then maybe a process, a holistic approach throughout the province to know which assets belong to the department and which assets don't, and what is the process. You're making sure those assets are transferred to public works. Thanks, Chair. Maybe if we can get that report, I don't know when, Chair, but I don't think it will be a very difficult process because they know. Or this school, we are no longer using it.
Chair, my name is Mabungo Lerule Ramakanya, MSc for Department of Education in Limpopo. I think we welcome the questions and the report will be submitted, but I just wanted to make a comment on the issues that Honorable Mabucha is raising, that what is currently happening, which after the Auditor General picked up that the number of schools that Public Works have is not tallying with the number of schools that we have. We then started a process in the 6th administration with the MEC of Public Works that we are going to transfer all the other assets. So what is supposed to happen is that all schools belong to Public Works. So when we finish building, I go and open. Then in the registry, they have to be sent to Public Works to tally with them for their own assets. But then we are the tenants. We work in those schools with an MES number. When we deal with the issues of maintenance, you will not go to Public Works because there's a clause that in the Public Works operation, there's a clause that the user maintains their own property. That is why you'll still find us going back as the user to maintain and make sure that our own schools, today we are sitting here, you are asking me about why that school, why that school. So that is the process that is happening, and that is what should happen. So what I hear the chair and the honorable members requesting is that give us the progress in terms of the lists, because why Mr. Malachi says some of the schools, remember, we had gone and occupied schools in Sikukun, who we work through an MES number, but the registration might have belonged to the old government. So Public Works, it's their responsibility to move the assets from the old vendor regime to the new system that we are using as this government, so that then if they have to follow the registration in Pretoria, they should do it as Public Works, because then we work through an MES number and we are tenants with them. So there is that process that after the AG picked it up that our numbers are not tallying, we have started it and we are working on it. So the report should be able to be what, when Public Works submit it and us submit, should be able to tally. Honorable Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think it's understandable, especially on the issue of schools that are messed, that are no longer in use. You find that communities sometimes they want to use that particular school for a particular project, but they don't know where to get permission. So if that process can be concluded, we'll know that they will not come to the Department of Education, but they will go to the Department of Public Works to say we want to use, we request one class in this facility for a particular purpose. I think it is concluded in that manner. Are you covered?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Number 5?
I'll go.
Okay.
Question number 5 is on 2023 financial year. It's about achievement of planned targets. The executive authority from paragraphs 20 to 25 of the Auditor General's report, the AG identified material differences between the actual and reported achievements. achievement might be more or less that reported and was not reliable for determining if the target had been achieved. So question number 1A says, why did the department fail to achieve all the targets for the financial year? B, who are the responsible officials who failed to achieve the planned targets? C, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer and the responsible senior managers? D, which measures did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I think I'm done with 2023 financial year. Let me come to question number 5 of 2024 financial year, which says achievement of planned target. Executive authority in paragraph 19 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reporting program to public ordinary school education, that an achievement of 73.5% was reported against the target of 60 with respect to the percentage of learners with access to required EFAL textbooks in grades 6 and 9. However, the audit evidence did not support this achievement. The AG could not determine the actual achievement, but estimated it to be materially more than reported. So in both paragraphs 21 and 22, the AG could not determine the actual achievement on early childhood development and infrastructure development respectively. Recurring matter from 2022 and 2023 financial year. So question number 8 says, why did the department overachieve on the planned target for access to EFAL textbooks? B, why did the department underachieve on the planned target for Funza Lushaka bursary holders? C, what was the impact of underachievement in that regard? D, who are the responsible program managers? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the program managers? F, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly thereto? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. We want to take this time and receive the questions asked by the Honorable Member in relation to the 2 files on question 5. I am going to request the acting HOD to lead in answering the questions. Thank you.
My name is Martin Mashaba, acting Head of Department of Education. Page 22 on the March 2023 file, why the department failed to achieve all the targets. Our response, the non-achievement of the targets can be attributed to inadequate monitoring of the performance, to explore proactive interventions for individual indicators. So that is the main reason, but then we go into the indicators specific. In terms of QI 500, the department had a target of 105 enrollments, but the department only managed to reach a total of 103,000 enrollments. This is attributable to several factors. Firstly, parents, especially those in rural communities, are still reluctant to enroll their children at ECD centers at an early age, that is between 0 and 2. It is only when the child is approaching the school-going age that parents decide to enroll their children at ECD centers. The perception still exists among mostly parents in rural areas that young children should be raised at home and only go to centers. when they are approaching school going age. Secondly, ECD center enrollments fluctuate throughout the year, mainly due to some parents' decision to move their children from one center to another for whatever reason. And for SOI 603 and POI 606, the achievement of the target was adversely affected by non-performance of appointed contractors. This relates to infrastructure projects. The department continues to apply the form of contract strictly to ensure that projects are completed as planned. Application of the form will at times result in termination of contracts. The department and the implementing agents have put in place panels of service providers to reduce turnaround times in the procurement of replacement service providers. And we have that on file. POI 205, 206, and 207. The achievement of the target was adversely affected by the method of calculation the department used, which was not in line with the method of calculation as presented by the technical definition of these indicators. And on the next page, the department trained teachers on programs that consist of content and methodology in specific subjects and specific grades. The training is always based on needs identified mostly through learner performance. There are teachers who are teaching the same subject in more than one grade. Since training programs are grade and subject specific, such teachers are trained more than once. That is a training program per grade in the same financial year. In terms of the method of calculation in the technical indicator, a teacher must be counted once in a financial year, irrespective of the number of programs they are trained on. So basically what it's saying there is that we double counted educators. So if an educator was trained on 2 separate programs, he will be counted twice instead of being counted once. Number B, who are the responsible officials who failed to achieve the planned target for POI 205? We are saying that the responsible manager is Mr. Mpahlele NW, who was the acting DDG then, and the line function is acting chief director CPTD, Ms. Mhlaba N. Number 2, POI 206, the responsible manager is still Mpahlele NW, and the line function manager is director CPTD, Ms. Mhlaba N. And POI 207, still Mr. Mpahlele as the responsible manager, and line function manager is Ms. Mhlaba. And you will see that Ms. Mhlaba is repeating because he is the one responsible for teacher training or continuous teacher development. And these indicators were on training of teachers. Number 4, POI 500, the responsible manager is Mr. Mhlongo MT, who was the acting IGCS, and the line function manager is Dr. Mulauzi. And number 5, SOI 603, number of public owner schools supplied with sanitation facilities, and the responsibility manager is Mr. Malajia N, the chief director of fiscal resources, and the line function manager is Ms. Rambau MM. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer and the responsible senior manager? The MEC has requested the Office of the Premier to assist with the disciplinary process against the accounting officer. This was, however, not finalized, as she has since left the department. At the time when she left, she had not yet taken action against the officials. Then on the next page, 24, which measures did the department put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? We give the details for each of the indicators, but you'll see that on top what we are saying is that we are strengthening our quarterly monitoring mechanism, as I indicated a bit earlier on, that while the directorates and the branches can report something that is amiss, but it is expected that when it is taken over for consolidation, the strategic planning unit should be able to have a system through which they monitor what should be done. I will not read on 205, the ones about training, as I indicated. We have noted that previously we were double counting educators, but now we will only count an educator once in terms of the training they have received. And number 500, we will ensure that we increase our advocacy so that the community can know that they should bring their learners to the centers. And then on 603, we have indicated there previously that we are using the contract to the agreements we have with these implementing agents to enforce compliance. On the 2024 file, on page 12 of the file, Why did the department overachieve on the plan targets for access to EFAL? By the way, those who are not in the system, EFAL simply means English First Additional Language. Sometimes we are accused in education that we use a lot of acronyms and people don't know what you're talking about. And so why did the department overachieve on, over this? Now we are saying the overachievement was caused by the discrepancies between records in the SASMs and the class issue registers. Teachers are required to record all textbooks in usable condition on SASMs and issue and retrieve these books from learners. These records should match the stock recorded in the classroom registers. However, challenges such as overstock due to failure to remove unusable textbooks on SASMs and inconsistencies in record keeping led to incorrect reporting. SASMs is our electronic system that schools use to report. So whatever that they do, they need to populate it on the system so that anybody who logs into the system can know what is happening in a school. So in short, what we are saying here is that the registers that the schools were keeping for these books were not agreeing with what was on the system because they did not update the system, and in particular to remove from the system the books that were no longer in use. Number B, why did the department achieve on the plan targets for Funza Lushaka Bursary holders? On page 13, we are saying the department meets the target by 33 due to lack of availability of vacant posts matching the profiles of the bursary holders within the time frame of the indicator. Number C, what was the impact of underachievement in that regard? There was no impact on service delivery as the schools had a full complement of allocated educators in terms of their post establishment. These were subsequently placed in permanent posts, though this was outside the 6 month time frame of the indicator. D, who are the responsible program managers? The first one, Matavata YSM, CFO, Molope MM, Acting DDG Corporate Services, Dr. Mfrongo, Acting DDG Governance, actually that should be IGCS, Institutional Governance and Support, and then Dr. Mulauzi, who is the Director for Institutional Governance. What action did the accounting officer take against the program managers? Response, the officials have been requested to provide reasons as to why disciplinary action should not be taken against them. The department is currently assessing their response to determine if further action should be taken against them, but then we give an update there that after this we then assessed their response, and you will see that from number 1 up to number 7 on page 14, when we assessed their response, we gave them a final written warning for the offences and the lapse in controls. Number F, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly thereto? The challenges related to Funza Lushaka indicator were presented to Council of Education Ministers and CEM. CEM then took a decision to withdraw the indicator from the APP. So what we are saying is that this indicator is no longer there. And then schools were trained on adequate use of SASMs, and population of the correct or relevant information for reporting class registers and textbooks. Issuing registers have been aligned to the SASMs to enhance accuracy. And the last one, LTSM unit and district coordinators have also been trained on the utilization of the SASMs for monitoring of LTSM capturing and issuing to learners. And maybe as an addition, Chairperson, I know he's not here, but the province, as far as SASMs is concerned, we are among the top. We are either number 1 or number 2. I think this year we're number 2, because DBE comes and they assess the quality of the information that we've got on SASMs, because it's got an impact on the allocation of resources to the province and also for examination purposes. So that information must be very, very accurate. During section 100, there was a belief, and you'll see in the report, there was a belief that our information was not correct. And then they appointed Stats SA to come and do the assessment. Stats SA, after spending money, they discovered that no, the information of the department is actually more correct than the information that we gather. So they then left it, and it was then agreed that no, the department is doing well, we don't have a problem. But as I say, I think it's because of the type of support that we are receiving from DBE and the training that our people have received. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions, honorable members? Honorable Mabota?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think the enablement package is not well packaged or what. But on 2023-24, on the report, I think it's annexed, no, on the report, it's page 14, actually from page 13, wherein it's just a matter of curiosity. On number E, where the question was, what action did the accounting officer take against the program managers? There's a list of officials, I think up to number 7. And we are told that people were issued with final written warnings. However, we are furthermore referred to an extra 5E, whereby in this annexure, you will realize that these are not final written warnings. They are self-explanatory, unless if my file is not complete. You will see, it's not unless if Laura has never seen, but I've seen a final written warning from other departments. But what is contained in this annexure number 5 is not a final written warning. It actually requests for an explanation. An explanation was provided. Therefore, you know, I thought that maybe the HOD was going to clarify this, but when he was concluding his remarks on this particular matter, he said that no, a final written warnings have been issued. So in our file, MEC, there is no final written warning. It's just explanation or a what do they know in relation to this matter. But there's no final written warning. Unless if the HOD has got those final written warnings, because I can see they are fairly new, some of them as early as the 22nd of January 2025. But what we have here, to me, it seems like it's a misrepresentation. So maybe if the HOD can clarify this, Chair, or what is actually the status. Is the status that of explanations were provided, then there's no further action, or the action is as written in our files. Number 2, Chair, I'm glad that the department, it's just that I don't want to mention department by names. There's another department whereby there was a bursary scheme of the department, and then post the completion of the degree, there was an expectation that the department will place this particular graduate. So now, unfortunately, the department did not plan its things properly. Therefore, as a result, graduates were frustrated. They were supposed to be placed, they are frustrated. The department is saying, we can't release you because you have signed a contract with us. Wait for 6 months, then we'll release you. Then this thing was all over the media. I'm just glad, Chair, that at least this department has not taken action against those poor graduates, because at that department they even blacklisted some of them, which is quite unfortunate. I'm glad that in this department the Funza Lushaka is working very proper. And then lastly, Chair, is that on enrollments. It's on enrollments, Chair, see the department sometimes doesn't meet its target in terms of enrollments. And you know, Chair, the calls we received in January that hey, my child has applied last year in town, unfortunately the school is saying they can't take my child, then you will get surprised when the department is saying that the target was not achieved. So I really need to understand this one, Chair. I can see, yeah, 0 to 2, but you know, the grade 1 and grade 8, that's where the problem is. So maybe if they can just clarify me on the grade 1s and grade 8s,
or those ones who are currently sitting at home, because I know most people are expecting us to ask the departments about those kids who are sitting at home are rejected at various schools, mainly in town. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, but you are acknowledging that the target in this case they are
Yes,
referring to
I'm
the
acknowledging.
ECD because it was the focus group.
I'm acknowledging.
Okay.
Yes.
That's for privilege.
Since they are here, Chair.
Honorable Nyampumbu.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Tabeleni Corbett. Chairperson, and also the MEC, I'm perusing the Auditor General report here, which is in line with this provided information on the targets achieved. On Program 6, Infrastructure Development, the target achieved is in page 21 of this Auditor General. The target achieved is 57%, and the budget spent is 98.56%. So I want to know, Uri, there is not a cordial relationship between the target achieved and the budget spent. So I just want a clarity on that. And the other one, MEC, while in Limpopo, we are celebrating and seeing Mataka Zambia Runindimwana for the achievement of 85% in matric results. On the achievement of is P01601, number of additional classroom built in or provided for existing public schools, including new and replacement schools. The target was 100 and the actual performance was 383 in page 22. Recently in the public domain, we have seen students after 30 years of democracy still studying under the trees. In Miava Secondary in Zwinga. It's just all over in the public domain. Studying under the trees. And we have also some of the primary schools, I think Turunziri Primary School, the roof is just falling to the pupils. And my question is here, although there is an overachievement and underachievement, but on the additional classrooms, previously I asked a question to say that do the department has a specific number of backlog of additional classrooms to be built? I asked this early in the morning. But here on the additional classroom, I just want to know, Ori, do the department know all the schools which need additional classrooms? And if you know all the schools in need of the additional classrooms, why we are still finding students or people studying under the tree after more than 30 years of democracy? I think this one is not acceptable to say our poor people still studying under the tree. And the last one is that when you have an overachievement on your planned targets, does that reflect or excellent planning or excellent forward planning. And then whether that will not affect the budget or not. And as this department is very big, I mean, is close to 50% of the provincial budget. And I think it's our focal point. And then, did you return any money which is unspent to treasure during those years under review? Thank you.
Thank you very much. MSC?
Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. My name is Mavungule Ramakanya, MSc for Education in Limpopo. We are welcoming the clarity-seeking questions in terms of question 5 as we have presented. I'm going to request the acting HOD to deal with some of the questions. Maybe we'll delegate, then I will summarize when they're done. Acting HOD.
My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department of Education. Can I ask Ndate Malachi to deal with the infrastructure issues, and then after Dr. Mplongo will deal with the matter of enrollment.
Okay, thank you, HOD. My name is Isaac Malachi, Chief Director responsible for physical resources. The first question is on the clarity requested in terms of, in relation with the cordial relationship between the progress and the expenditure. Now, what we do when we do targets, we only report achieved targets on completion of projects. Let's say, for instance, we're targeting 100 schools for improvement of sanitation. Once a project has been completed and a practical completion certificate has been issued, one project, then it's one achieved. Now, the issue with infrastructure is that the payments are done progressively. You do not necessarily wait until you achieve your target to do the payments. So the first day, as they excavate trenches, you must go and assess. If you are happy with the trenches, you then do the payments. So the scenario is that at the end of the financial year, when we are reporting progress, you'll find that our projects are mostly, which should contribute to this target, because our projects are multi-year by nature. You'll find that they are sitting between 75 and 90%. We cannot report them as being complete. We cannot report them as achieved targets. But unfortunately, the spending would have progressed, because we pay as the construction progresses. I think that is where you'll find that in terms of the achievement of targets, we have might not have achieved the targets, but the expenditure is far ahead. I think another aspect is that you will also have multi-year projects thrown in the head, which are not even expected to be completed that year. So they will not be targeted, but they will be expending money, because as they progress, we pay. We have an infrastructure plan that we actually relying on. We also have inputs from schools and districts to provide us with schools that require additional infrastructure. And we do have, in terms of the number of classrooms that are required for those schools and other amenities that must actually be constructed for schools to comply with the norms. That information is there. But we are also required to conduct a condition assessment every 5 years to ensure that the information we have is accurate. So we're currently busy with that process. We've got around 250 schools which the Infrastructure South Africa is assisting us. They appointed a service provider. They are on the ground now, and we are also having our own tender internal, which is out to do that condition assessment, just to ascertain that information that we have in our infrastructure planning is factual and also complete.
Thank you so much. My name is Matthew Mhlongo. I'm acting DDG responsible for what we call institutional governance, coordination and support. Thank you HOD, thank you MEC, thank you Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. The indicator in question, it's falling under ECD. It reads number of children accessing registered ECD programs. There are requirements that ECD centers are expected to fulfill in order for them to be registered. Because those who are registered, they have an opportunity to even participate to apply for a subsidy. Now, the issue of target setting, we know our targets are supposed to be smart. But when you talk children, they are in the hands of yourselves who are parents. You decide where you want to take your children. There are years where you would find in a particular township, all of a sudden you have a huge number of learners who are coming and they end up shaking us in terms of the spaces that we have. This is because parents are moving them from particular places. They run to maybe a school where you would find performance. It's, appreciable. Now, but with regards to this target for ECD in particular, in April 2022, we received a function from DSD. In terms of records, we're told that we have 103,005 children across our ECD centers. But as time progresses, when we're implementing the program and start setting up systems, we found that the number of learners are actually 129,764. So, we had plugged in 103,005 in the APP, but it happens that the number was not. In fact, at the time that AGSA was requesting for means of verification, when we went to the centers and come back with the data, we realized, hey, the number is way above 103. We thought we got it right. Come April 2023, we started another financial year. The year started rolling up, and we're busy with mass drive advocacy because Stats SA says we have just below 5,000 ECD centers, but our records were saying we are just below 4,000. It was proven indeed that these centers are there and children are there. As time progresses, we realize the 129 is no longer 129. The number is going up, it's 140 odds. For example, last quarter, which is third quarter, we're sitting at 152,000 odds. So that is what is happening. AG will continue finding us wanting because whilst we think we can target using the previous baseline, you then discover that parents are beginning now to bring their children to the ECD centers, and the number will just end up like that. So yes, we were given warnings for under targeting, if you can use the word under targeting, but basically that is what is pertaining as we speak. Thank you, Chair.
My name is Martin Mashaba, Acting Head of Department, Education. The Chairperson, let me first apologize. I think I noted that we said final written warning instead of letter of representation, even though some of them, I think earlier on I indicated that the process is it's almost there. There are those who were given final written warning, but that was not the intention here. I think that's why even the reference is referencing to the letters for them to make a representation. And I did say earlier on that after we received them, our unit, labor relations, has been working on them. I think, I'm just thinking, I think about 4 of them, we have already signed off letters of written warning, but they are not here. So that was not what we were referring to, and let's apologize for that mistake. But yeah, honorable member, we are definitely going to finalize them. I think I did say a bit earlier on that our plan is that by the end of February, all of them should be done. So that is the intention. I'm just going through this. On the matter of the amount of money that we have surrendered, yes, we did surrender, just that we are trying to look at for the figures now. But yes, for the years under review, there is money that was not spent, but we can give you the actual figures and indicate for which programs that surrender was for. The issue around learners still studying under trees, I think most of the challenges that we currently have is because of the recent storm damages. We have this unfortunate situation which we thought we were going to do away with, because the previous years it was like almost every year you take one step forward, storm damages come, and you are three steps back. So as we are trying to catch up with addressing the backlog, then you've got others that are damaged, and to make matters worse, then all of a sudden you then had that incident where schools were just banned. So it really put us back, and also then we had a budget cut. So I think those things, when they then came together, they just created a problem for us. But currently, Honorable Chairperson, we have got a program to deal with the storm damaged schools. We have also submitted our request to the Disaster Management Center. We were informed that they are almost at the point of finalization, so that we believe is going to assist us in dealing with these matters. And I think the issue of the additional classrooms that we need, Dr. Malaji touched on it, but we will be able to indicate what the backlog currently is. Yeah, I think those are the matters.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My name is Mabunguli Ramakanya, MEC for Education. I think we have tried to answer the question, but also just to clarify and put it in record that a member of the legislature did not go to the school as a member of the legislature, went there as a political party of the Democratic Alliance. And in the Department of Education, our approach has been that if the political party goes to school, we need to investigate if they were not requested to take pictures for political reasons. That one I need to put it on record, and I've also discussed it with the member, that because he went to radio and took pictures to media as a DA, not as a member of the committee of, or as a member of the legislature, that should be noted. There was a time before we dealt with a program. In 2023, in the Department of Education, we had a program just to deal with infrastructure, Chair, because we were running after political agendas. People will go and ask members of the community, which the honorable member referred to as poor people. They will go and request them to sit outside and pose. You will remember the stories of Wapung. We had mobile classrooms there, but they were requested to pose. And members of political parties are going to schools where, when it is hot, they can't stay in the classroom. And then they want to use that in the public platform. We noted that there was a member who went to the school and says they are under And my first question when the media was trying to get us to talk was to say, if it's a political party, I meet them at the legislature, not on the media. That is why maybe honorable members did not see us exchanging notes with Honorable Smali, because he was representing the DA, and we have since clarified it that all the messages that he will send as DA, like what you were saying earlier, you even asked, are you going to go there as Scopa or as what? Because that is what is happening. So we first verify. Like the acting HOD indicated that we had a storm. And I can confirm that through the chair of the subcommittee, we'll be submitting, because by this Friday, 117 schools would have been handed over. Storm damaged schools, we are giving contractors. I can confirm we've got a program. And that is how serious with our service delivery issues. So we will not entertain issues of political parties when we are serious with service delivery, but questions we can always answer. So we wanted clarity to say, those people that were sitting, is that a storm damaged school or is that active? So that then we are clear. Chair, I can confirm that even when we were doing back to school, somewhere in Sikukune, I had members of political parties that are my colleagues in the legislature calling to say this is what is happening because of lack of clarity. And we worked very, very well. We were able to give to the HOD, they were able to solve the problems, but we just need to put it on record that political parties sometimes they go to the extreme because they want space and an opportunity to say we have saved a black community, and which is not proper because the Department of Education is servicing everybody in Limpopo. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
We are done, Chair.
If you want to focus, I'll give you that space. It is still on question 5. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. The last one on that. Thank you for the, my name is Nempumblontisi, for the explanation, MEC. But however, MEC, I put it on you that being here on this target of additional classrooms, do we have a number of classrooms needed in Limpopo as we are sitting here? And how much the estimation of the budget needed, which can maybe requested to the Treasury or from the National Department. Do we have, do we have the number of the classroom needed in Limpopo, apart from that, apart from the politically motivated ideas and so on? Do we have a number of classrooms which are specific, and also the estimation of the millions needed in Limpopo to build the schools, the additional classrooms?
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair, and members of the legislature. My name is Mabungule Ramakanya. We should just put it on record that members, when they go to the legislature, they go through political parties. So that one will not shy away from. That one will say it, Honorable Member, that we need to clarify that when political agendas have to be used, we need to clarify it. So we'll continue to clarify it. When we were dealing with question number 2, there were questions that we were given around norms and standard issues. You'll remember that when we were answering that question, one of the issues that I presented was that we had never had a plan on how do we do additional classrooms in schools to build. We have always built new schools. We have answered that part. The second part of what you are asking, yes, we do have that. We know that in this school, when we provide mobiles, we would have first assessed the need of the extra classrooms that are there. The part that we have never done was to build those classrooms in those schools. So we do have that. Maybe the part that I cannot confirm now is the estimation on the budget. But the needs for the province through the infrastructure we do have. Remember, there are processes that the district does do when we are building schools in communities, is because we have been able to identify the needs. It's either the community is growing or the school where they are. The challenge that we should be able to clarify as well is that in other communities, because of non-performance of schools, parents always move learners. So we are talking about closure, we are talking about merging, but at the same time we are still talking about lack of classrooms in other schools. So when you see us fighting so much to have performance across all levels, both in primary and secondary school, we want to start to arrest the situation of parents moving learners from villages to townships or from township to towns, so that then we can at one time just wait a bit and review the infrastructure. If the committee or through the chair, the committee will need that information, and I'm sure we'll be able to provide it. Otherwise, the information is there, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see. Can you go to question number 6? Honorable Machoman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine, I'm going to read 2023 financial year. Question number 6, it reads as follows. Oh, my name is Honorable Mutman. I'm the member of this committee. Which more? Question 6. The material irregularity. Failure to withhold income tax on leave, gratuity paid to employees. Executive Authority on paragraph 42 of the Auditor General AG report, the department failed to calculate and withhold employees' tax relating to leave gratuities paid to employees upon retirement for the period August 2009 to August 2015 tax periods. The department used incorrect allowance code for leave gratuity payments not being taxed. This resulted the department paying an amount of 21,820 million for penalties and interest to South African Revenue Services SARS. This result is non-compliance with Section 2 of 1 of the 4th Schedule of the Income Tax Act 58 of 1962 and has resulted in material financial loss of 21,820 million for the department. Following the reporting of the material irregularity on the 15th of July 2022, the accounting officer took the following steps. The incorrect allowance code have been deactivated from the payroll system, and the payment for leave gratuity are now being taxed by the system as remuneration and accumulate against SARS code 3605 as per SARS guidelines. Management has conducted an assessment and confirmation that officials who received the untaxed gratuities are no longer in their employment. The accounting officer requested a written submission on the 24th of January 2023 from the employees who processed the transaction during the 2015 tax year and reason why they used as an incorrect code. The employees indicated that an active code was used to instate leave gratuity payment because tax directives were sourced from SARS. Question number 8, it reads as follows. Provide any update report on this matter.
says, who are the responsible officials of this matter? Number C says, what action did the appointing officer take against the responsible officials? And then the last one says, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this anomaly?
Let's use the financial year for 2024. Question 6 reads as follows: material irregularity. Executing authority in paragraph 43 of the Auditor General report, the AG reported that the department failed to calculate and withhold employees' tax relating to leave gratuities paid to employees upon retirement for the period August 2009 to August 2015 tax periods. The department used incorrect allowance code for leave gratuity payment not being taxed. Although the department appealed the assessment and partial disallowance by SARS, it ultimately resulted in the department paying an amount of 21,819.88 for penalties and interest of SARS. This resulted in non-compliance with Section 2 of 1 of the 4th Schedule of the Income Tax Act 58 of 1962, and a material financial loss of 21,819.88 was incurred by the department. In paragraph 44, the accounting officer was notified of the material irregularity MI on 15 July 2022. Material irregularity. The AG reports that the department on 20 May 2024 submitted a report to the Financial Misconduct Board, FMB. The report contained background information on the MI and the action taken by the department with recommendation from the AQ that the board review and approve the report for the purpose of writing off the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred. The FMB held its meeting on 24 May 2024 and requested the department to update the initial report with additional information. A date for the next meeting has not yet been scheduled. Recurring matters from 2022-2023 financial year. Question number A reads this: provide any update report on this matter. Question number B, it says, who are the responsible officials on this matter? Number C, what action did accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Number D, what measures does the accounting officer put in place to prevent the anomaly?
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Madamani.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Mavungule Ramakanya, ABC responsible for education in Limpopo. We want to take this time to appreciate the two files presented in relation to question 6 by the Honorable Member of the committee. I am then going to request the HOD, the acting HOD, to take us through the process of answering. Acting HOD.
My name is Martin Mashara, Acting Head of Department of Education. Chairperson and members, if you will, because the two financial years, they are just requesting for an update. And if you read the background information from AG, it's spot on, it's giving the details about where the matter started and where we are. And you will see that even on page 15 of the 2024 file, the AG has noted that the matter has already been taken to the Financial Misconduct Board, and they've rightfully indicated that the Financial Misconduct Board had then said they need more information. So, which means this is from the point from which we need to then provide information to say, after the AG has made all these findings, where are we currently? which is, if you please, this is where I will start. So which means I'm going to be looking at the 2024 file on page 15, because everything will be covering also the 2023 file. Now, there are a number of things that have happened, actually 2 or 3. The first one is that the department has referred this matter to a tax specialist who should advise us, because there are some areas where ourselves and SARS, we don't seem to agree. And you will see that even in this, in the 2023 file on page, I think it's page 27, it is indicated there that one of the officials that we wanted, who was money was supposed to be deducted from them, they've taken this matter up to the petitions committee because they are sort of like of the same view as us, to say what SARS wants us to do is basically to penalize and tax these people twice. But SARS is still adamant, the ombudsman is still adamant to say where they are, there is nothing that they can do. The decision of SARS is final. This is why now we have decided to then engage a tax specialist who will then be able, from a technical point of view, look at this, the genesis of this matter up to where we are and advise accordingly. But you will see that, as I think we reported this also a bit earlier on, I do not want to go into the details, but on page 15, we indicate the matters that we want the tax specialist to look at and to advise us on. Page 16, as we said previously, about the responsible officials, we have indicated who those officials are, and as we have also noted previously, and questions were asked on the matter, under number C on page 16, what action has been taken. We indicate that Labour is in the process of looking at the responses of these officials and finalizing the matter from the Labour side. And on page 17, what measures will the accounting officer put in place to prevent this anomaly is what we said a bit earlier on, that tax code has now been frozen, it's no longer there, and it can no longer be used. So we don't think that this matter will repeat again. Thank you, Chairperson.
Is there any follow-up question? I think this one is clear because that matter was was in another question.
Hi, Chair. I just have a concern. It's not accommodated on the agenda. However, Chair, I think we really need to sort out the issue of the echo, because it's quite annoying, or really up and down, because we are burning.
Can we deal with the business and then that one will attend to? In fact, it is attended to because the people were here and then they said they must do it tomorrow because we are busy. They came, people who are going to fix these things during lunch. Yeah, I think it is sorted, and even the issue of the police coming late is sorted.
Oh, that's good.
We said no, because they are reporting at 7:30. It's not possible for them to be here at 7:30 because they have to go to the station, pick up the dogs, the material. By the time they arrive here, it's 10 to 8. But we said we can live with that 10 minutes after 8 until maybe we decide otherwise in the near future. So your concerns were, but I want us to conclude on number 4.1 because before we come up with. Is it on the questions?
Yeah.
Honorable Martin Mansell,
Yeah, it's just a comment that it's on the questions, but it's just a comment that as the department, I understand that we are tired, we want to go, but as the department, it's not only this Department of Education that is having some, challenges and like concerning accountability and consequence management. So it must apply because all the departments, we find that in everything there is a problem of accountability, there is a problem of consequence management,
which is not done. So I think if we have such challenges and then deal with them, especially the consequence management, I think all the departments will run smooth. Thank you, Judge. Stand.
Thank you very much, MEC. That was the last question. And thank you that you were able to try by all means to answer questions that Scopa forwarded to you, and even in this hearing you were able to explain whenever the questions were asked. So we really appreciate the efforts of your team to prepare for this. Besides the issues that we raised, we think those can be resolved by a program of action as and when we sit during the quarterly meetings, where you can update us with the information that you have requested so that we move forward. Because our intention is that in the next hearings, we don't want to even spend an hour on the resolutions, because we have done with them throughout the year. We don't want to wait for the program for Scopa to start to say, by the way, where are those recommendations from Scopa or from the House? So as of now, we start with all this. They are not yet resolutions because they are not presented to the House. But you know our recommendation, you know what we've raised. Just start with those things, and then as and when they are going to be adopted in the House, at least we'll be far. We'll be far in terms of correcting and implementing them. So item number 4 is dealt with. 5 is also dealt with. I think number 6 on recommendations. I think as and when we were debating, we were also recommending on the improvements. What you can request now is the AG to comment on the whole process.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you are very privileged to have also now the chairperson of the portfolio committee. So it says to me you are really serious to also see that now education as department is also really there to ensure that our children, because it is our children who is there, that they are getting quality education, getting in the morning and also in the afternoon something to also eat, that they are safe going to school and coming back home, because we must not forget that they are the future MEC, they are the future Scopa chairperson, they are the future Ramaphosa or whomever. So it is very, very important that now we, or that now you as Scopa, and I wanted to say you have done justice in the process, that now you and your Scopa has also followed to also get more insights out of education of us, and also Treasury, and also yourself, to also get those insights and to see, but what is that you as Scopa can also recommend. So, Chair, I believe that the process that you have followed, you have done justice on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Provincial Treasurer.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chair. I want to align myself to the AGS Chair, and thank you very much for the inputs, comments, and the advices that we have received since morning. We continuously put ourselves as the Provincial Treasury to support our departments and to ensure that there is maximum and quality services in the government. Thank you very much.
you very much. Before the MEC can speak, can we allow the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Honorable Gagarin, just to give us a few words?
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the committee. I'm Gagareng Rakhwali, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Education. I had to request because it's like I've been part of the furniture since morning. Yes, of course, it was good that I have to be here to observe. But I felt, because I didn't know, and I didn't want to disturb the protocol of Scopa, because I've got my own meetings where I will discuss further with the department. But Chair, I think firstly is to appreciate that my comment was not returned. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, the second one, Chair, I think it was not returned just because it's the Department of Education and you are a former employee, but it's because, Chair, their file was well arranged and properly arranged, and they were responding to issues. And what I like about the department is that they are also honest. Where they don't have answers, they're able to indicate that perhaps we need to go back and do work. But Chair, I think in the presence of both AG and Provincial Treasurer, I would really want to plead with both institutions to assist the department on dealing with historic matters. Especially because for as long as they keep on, we all of us have been observing and listening, Chair. We talk about the stagnant audit outcome. But I believe that if they are to be assisted to deal with these historic matters, they can be able to move. It's all our interest as a committee and ourselves as a portfolio committee as well, to see them having moved from qualified to unqualified. But perhaps to say, MEC, you need to move with speed in terms of filling the post, because all this work would really need, you know the difference between a performance of a person that is acting and a performance of a permanently appointed employee in terms of the performance. When you are acting, you act while you say, but I don't want to come and account for this kind of issues. So we say if you were to move, because you have got critical positions that are vacant, starting from the head of the department, which says there's a lot that would need to be done. There's a lot that the department, I think Chair will still going to meet with the portfolio committee, with the department, because as a committee we've been on a back to school campaign. We traversed the entire province, although we were visiting the schools that were picked by our researchers, and I think we also want to appreciate the team of researchers that we have, because the schools that they've picked, you realize in each and every school that we go, it was not a mistake that that school was picked. But there's one critical issue that I think I need to share with Scopa, that what we have observed as a portfolio committee is that not every learners that are under the tree is because of lack of classes. There is, once you say that the school must add on a stream, that on its own says there's going to be shortage of classes. Because when you say you've been on the general stream, now you need to move to commercial subject, then it means there is an exchange where other learners will have to move from this class to go and be under the tree because they've just started with that stream. But secondly, we need to appreciate, I think, as a province to say, a school that was built 10 years ago, it might have been built for 100 households, Honorable Mabuja, but when we go there now, it's more than 1,000 households. I'm giving an example. So as the department is moving, also the communities are moving, but we are saying you need to move with speed. MEC, there are a lot of challenges on the ground in terms of shortage of classes, but I'm happy that she's saying they will be moving on the issue of repairing, they will be moving on the issue of mobile classes, because we are still going to discuss with them. Of course, we cannot have a situation where learners are learning under the tree as a province, especially our performance as a province in terms of metric need to go in, because what our teachers and principals are experiencing on a daily basis, which they still give us better results regardless. We also need to just compensate them by making sure that we give them tools of trade. So those are some of the things that I think we need to appreciate the department. But we are saying you still have a lot of work, honestly, on the ground. There is a lot that we still have to do. for as long as you acknowledge that, but at least, please, sitting here we can see you as we congratulate Public Works, they've appointed the HOD. MEC need to move with speed. This is one of the biggest departments in the province. You can't keep on having an acting HOD. You need to move with speed. It's a big department with the huge responsibility of making sure that we educate our learners in the province, and therefore that position needs to be attended as urgent as possible. So I just felt I can't just sit here the whole day, and we also have to appreciate, we have our own space, so we're going to box each other when you will not be there, because we are definitely going to box each other. But I think if Treasury, I was happy with the briefing from Treasury in the morning. Honestly, I was happy because I can hear that there's progress in terms of addressing those issues, but also the fact that there's also cooperation from the department. It gives me comfort, so which means let's assist them. You see, I believe that when you invite AG, they're able to hear what they audit vis-a-vis what is on the ground. And as and when they come in, they need to look at all the factors and arrive at a particular determination. So I believe that as you audit, there's a desktop, but also as you sample, you need to be realistic. But also, try to engage stakeholders on finalizing Limana. Limana is becoming a problem. Because it's stakeholders there that are fighting. We want a college, we want a school, we want a college, we want a school. Unfortunately, people continue to vandalize what they've been done. They're vandalizing the building. Like now, I've looked at it, it was 30 million, it was 30-something million. Now when you go back there, it's not going to be 30 million, it will be more millions, and it's like we're just throwing money into an open pit. So let's try to address the issue of Limana. It's becoming a thorn in the flesh now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I think on behalf of the department, the acting HOD and all our officials, we want to take this time to thank the chairperson and also the coordinator and the team, and also thank the AG's office, Treasury, for really giving us support to be where we are. And Chair, like my chair of the portfolio committee did indicate, you were patient with us, you asked questions to be able to understand us, and that in itself has given us an opportunity to also look more broadly at ourselves and our own issues. One thing that we're taking with us is that indeed consequence management is like a non-existent word in the Department of Education, and we are understanding it to say we need to be able to deal with the issues, because when we don't finalize, we dilly-dally. They tell another, one starts, then it's 4, then it's 5, they're telling each other, I never gotten away with it, you'll never get a letter, you'll only do representation, you will never do, all those things. And I think we have heard you loud and clear, even on the issues that you are saying you will want us to improve our document in terms of the resolutions. We will have to really work on that and update. And as you indicated, through your office and the coordinator, will be able to know when do you want the documents that you are expecting us to submit. With that, Chair, I want to really say thank you so much that we did not have to return. We are actually on the last few months to come and pay for food. It was going to be very difficult for us. But thank you for the leadership of the chairperson and the entire honorable members of the committee and our chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. This things of returning. But I must indicate that we are trying our best to assist the department in terms of compiling the files, because we have got 10 departments, is it 10 plus the entities. All in all, we are going to have 13 or 14 sessions, and every day we have to prepare. And if you have to come across a file that is not well arranged, it's strenuous for us. And it becomes very easy for us if it is well arranged, we are able to prepare, and then every day you can go through the file, and so that is why we are insisting that at least the file must be well arranged. On the issues, we will engage each other when we are in this venue, because sometimes people think that we return people because their things are not in order. It's not about the content. It's just about us having a file which is not well, maybe according to us, according to our expectation on how we want to prepare. You find that it's not easy to use. So we said, no, please can you do it this way so that it's fast. But we really appreciate, even you yourself, you know that we've been interacting from Friday, include this, though it's not like it came like this, Chairperson. it did not come like this. It has to go. Fortunately, they had time. Others, we find that we only realize when they are appearing tomorrow, and there's not much that we can do. And that is why we're trying by all means that at least we are able to check this file in advance, so that you are able to assist. But we are appreciating that we are working together for the best, because like I used to say, the AG Mayor Tsakani Maluleka is always saying, we must professionalize the state, we must professionalize the public service. After this session, this is a public document, and if it is somehow, then what is the public going to say about us? So we must do these things to an extent that we can inspire confidence of our people. It's not that Scopa is, we're just trying to be professional and trying to implement that recommendation by the AG to say, let's professionalize. We're starting. That is how we're starting. And it should not be personal. It should not be personal. We just want to start things. Even the Premier said, you don't change it, then they must change it. And they must change to the better. They must not change backwards. They must move forward. So as a way forward, I've noted the following: that as a department, we need to strengthen the issue of consequence management. As I was going through the file, the issue of consequence management is very minimal. Very, very minimal. So let's strengthen that section to say people must take responsibility of their action. And then from there, like I've indicated, we will sit as Scopa quarterly and try to deal with the resolutions as a committee and the department to help each other towards your I know May is just after 2 months. You will be submitting your financial statements. But I think the whole process will be assisting you to compile what the AG has raised, what the Treasury has raised, what we have raised now. I think as and when we are going to CFO, all these things will assist you so that we don't repeat the same findings every year. And we also want to deal with the previous resolutions so that next year we don't say 2022-2023 resolution, 2021-2022. We just need to deal with the resolution that were adopted by the House in that particular financial year. So all these things should not be a once-off sitting to say we have dealt with Scopa, we are right, we are fine. We will request update on the progress, on the, like we've suggested, schools that are completed and merged, which are to be handed to the public works. The 40 school toilets that are to be built, because as I'm calculating, the 564 total minus the 524 that was built, we are remaining with only 40. It means in the province we only have 40 people, 40 schools that need toilets, including mine, including that one where they are holding me not to go until that thing. You must know, if you are not building toilets there, I'm not released from that school. They always call me. So we need to get progress, at least of those schools, other than to wait for next year to say how far are you. But that progress we can get throughout the year. Maybe next year our Scopa meetings will only be 2 hours because we would have dealt with other issues throughout our quarterly meetings, and will not have. The progress on the resolutions, I've explained it, and appreciate if you can just try to draft it the way I advised, that the year, the number of resolution number, and then what the detail, what about that resolution, what was the committee recommendation, and what is the progress. And if there are attachments, please attach for evidence. We also saying the progress on the provincial treasury recommendation on all those other issues that you need to provide extra information, all those things. Please, let's make sure that they happen. We know that communique is recent, but please work on it so that we don't leave things to lie on or to gather dust on the shelves before we can attend to them. So these are some of the issues that I hope Lena, you were noting as and when we were giving. Our coordinator will communicate with you as and when we are approaching to have such meetings, and if there is a need, indeed we will call you so that we process those resolutions, and then the treasurer will also assist you where they have to be condoned, they'll be condoned, so that we no longer have a legacy issue staying in each and every financial year. So as we're closing, we just want to again thank you, MEC, and your entourage for such wonderful presentations. They really understand, they really assisted us to understand what is happening in the department. Now we have learned 1 or 2 lessons, and we believe that together we can do more to make sure that our people get the services that they deserve. By accounting, we improve every day. It means we can do things better. You don't only account to say you are from Scopa and then you put the things. There must be lessons learned, and then those lessons must assist you to move forward. Let's go and correct where we have to correct and improve where we have to improve. I usually say, and Lena, you should know better because you are from education, that when you are giving a learner homework to do, if she can't get everything, you allow her to do corrections. And the only time that you'll have a problem with that learner is when she or he fails the corrections. Yeah. That is when there will be problems. If he fails the classwork, is fine, but she will be given opportunity to do corrections. And when she fails or he fails, that is when there will be some challenges. I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying let's go and do corrections and make sure that you don't fail corrections. So we want to thank you very much. We want to thank the AG team, treasury team, our staff members, the chairperson of the portfolio, the honorable members, and all who are here for being there. I know everybody was having a role to play, and that is what made this a success. We thank you very much. I'm not sure if there are announcements.
Yeah, there is tea in the foyer.
and everyone is invited.
Tea or dinner?
Tea.